Trudune. Trudune. think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Welcome. It's a beautiful rainy day here in coastal California. It's Thursday afternoon right now, and I just heard a noise come from the 3D printer. Let's check on that. Ever since I got the wider aperture on this, it's been giving me... Well, yeah, let me go check on this. Alright. That should be okay. Let me actually go grab that little bit of detritus hanging down from the nozzle. Be right back. Good enough. Thanks for your patience there. It appears the camera is working properly, which is nice. I just remembered, too, I got to update my sub goal for the day also. Let's do Thursday science. It'd help if I'd spell science wrong. Outreach. Sub goal. Let's set that for 30. There we go. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Appreciate your patience. This is the beauty of a live broadcast, you know? You never know quite what's gonna happen. If you're here for the very first time, or if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, this morning I was actually working on some science. I've got a research abstract that I need to get submitted before midnight tomorrow. Got it almost all the way done. I might have to create a figure for this, though, because I didn't realize that we can actually have a figure in the abstract. Well, anyway, I was working on that all morning. Didn't really have a whole lot of time to prepare a lot of content for today's stream, so we're going to be going into some low-hanging fruit. It has recently come to my attention that some people will occasionally, under rare circumstances, play video games here on twitch.tv. We are going to be looking at Jurassic World Evolution 2 and continuing our ranking of its dinosaurs and pterosaurs and marine reptiles. And continuing that tier list that we've got going for it, which should be fun. So, yeah, anyway, and fruit is good, Fall Machine. Speaking of fruit, I haven't had lunch yet today. I might be eating some pineapples later. Some pineapple bits. We'll see if I get really hungry. Try to be prepared. So focused on science this morning, I forgot to eat. Which happens, you know? Anyway. The plight of the starving scientist, right? Anyway, what was I saying? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs across the American West in places like Montana and Wyoming and Utah for various museums. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, and I publish findings on dinosaurs in the scientific literature in various scientific journals. I was working on a new write-up today, just this morning. So hopefully within about a year, get that thing published, get it out there. I also got that Spinosaur research, working on the manuscript for that after I'm done with this week. So yeah, anywho. If you're new here, let me know if you got any questions. Questions are the bread and butter of our streams here on Paleontologizing. So let me know if you've got any, and, yeah. Should be a good time. Pretty laid-back stream today. Before we get into Jurassic World Evolution, and maybe some dinosaur deep dives, let's go through chat and see who's here. Do some greetings. Clouds in the air. Clouds, you were first today. How you doing, Clouds? Welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Science Streams, hello to you. I hope everything's good with you and with Lita. How are you doing? It's good to see you, Belinda, as it always is. Trek Nerd says, that time already? Yeah. It's been early streams all week this week. Every day. Just after 1 p.m., so yeah. Yeah. And Arle, Traduden time and the noonish time. There you go, Arle. How are you doing? Welcome back. Hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. And Ash K, how are you doing? Thanks for that waving emote. Hope you're doing well if you're still here. I hope you're doing well even if you're not still here. Good to see your name, Ash K. Good to see you. Hairbothan says, good evening. Good evening to you too, Hairbothan. It's afternoon where I am. But I hope whatever time it is where you are, probably evening. Hope you're having a good time. And Hadrovny Yurich Lovak says, hi, dinosaur lovers. How are you doing, Hadrovny? Hadronovi, sorry. Hadronovi, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see ya. Fall Machine. How are you doing? Fall Machine says, hail birds, hail dinosaurs. How fluffeth your feathers this fine day? I think they fluffeth fine. I hope so, Fall Machine. It's good to see ya. Some birds outside in the Bay Area right now are loving this rainy weather. All the waterfowl and the gulls. Oh, man, they can't get enough of it. Yeah, but I'm a little worried about our hummingbird friends. Might be difficult for them to feed. Might be going to, like, extended torpor during this storm. I hope they all make it out of that, you know? My hummingbird feeder actually got blown down in the storm the other day and destroyed. Luckily, I've got a new one, but I'm not going to put it up until the wind stops, so... Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Dr. Javasaurus? Howdy, howdy, it's good to see you. Yeah. And who else have we got? Godzilla Enthusiast. How are you doing, Godzilla Enthusiast? welcome, welcome. And Twitch is being a little bit buggy today. I noticed something. Sometimes I like to see who else is streaming in a given category. And for us right here, top of the category for Jurassic World Evolution, no picture. That's a little strange. I hope the video is going through all right and everything. I think we might just be having some Twitch bugs right now. So hopefully those bugs sort themselves out, or the hardworking folks who make Twitch run properly get a handle on that, because that's, I don't know. So this Twitch is a complicated machine, so I'm told, and a lot of moving parts. Sometimes they get snagged on stuff, it seems. Sheepdog, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Neon Coffee Cat, howdy, howdy. Blue Front, always great to see you. Welcome, Blue Front, and welcome the Lenina. How you doing, Lenina? Great to see ya. JMM6511, how are you doing? Good to have you here. Rax the Pigeon, hello there to you too. Hope all is well where you are. Dismodus is back as well. How you doing, Dismodus? Harabothan, howdy, howdy. And Freelancer, good evening to you too. It's good to see you. Yeah, MacGyver. Making papers just in time is a very human feature. I always... This, you know, the abstract deadline has been extended like 3 times so far, too, and I just keep putting it off. But, you know, I do some of my best work under pressure. That's what I tell myself, anyway. It's kind of low-hanging research fruit, so it's not that critical. But, anyway. Captain Lamy. Hi to you, Captain Lamy. Birds, indeed. It's good to see ya. Ash K is still here with that bee. How you doing, Ash K? And Bee Tracker is here. What the paleo think? How you doing, Bee Tracker?
But those claws on the wings are, once again, invaluable.
They are. Matt M33, thank you for the 26 months of support. That is almost a whole year, isn't it, Matt M33? Thank you for supporting me for the past 26 months. Holy cow. Wow. Impressive. 26 meses. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah. And... Oh, Paleo Draw YT, how are you doing? Saw Jurassic World in the title, it's about to go down. Yeah, I know, right, Paleo Draw? Welcome, welcome. Let me find our tier list that we were working on. My account. What? Alright, that's not coming up properly. What's up with that? Oh. This had better work. Hang on a second. Let's see. I don't know why it's not letting me log in. This might also be a problem here. This is the site that I was using before, right? I don't know. There are so many of these. Okay, it does show that I'm logged in, but like other stuff... Oh, maybe I need to disable ad blocker on this site or something like that. Sometimes ad blocker makes things go haywire. Oh, and there's all these disgusting ads. Yeah, never mind. Not gonna do that. My account. We'll see. Anyway, hola a ti también, Miss Yvette. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Senua says, I can't get motivated without a tight deadline. It can help. It certainly can. Yeah. And let's see here. That's odd. Allie J, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, ads indeed are a big yuck you know? Cade TN, how are you doing? Is Twitch acting up again? I think so. Probably is. You know? Yeah, the tech gremlins are multiplying, says Lenina. You know? Yeah. I'm looking for my Jurassic World one, and I do not see it here. Let me see. Maybe that's not one that we... Maybe this is not one of my creation. Jurassic World Evolution 2. Let's look through my history here. And we're getting a big ol' HTTP error 500 on that. We might actually have to do something else today. Because it appears that the tier maker server is down or not handling requests or something. Oh, I don't even know. Give me just a minute here. It's not... okay. Oh! Nope, there it is! That's weird. That is not intuitive at all, but it's working. It is working. Alright, here's our progress thus far. And we still have quite a few critters left to go. This is gonna be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Yeah. And, is that what? I don't know what Raptor? I don't know what that is. Papa Meow Meow, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's also see if... coming back on here yet. There we go. Yeah. Not too shabby. Things seem to be working. Excellent. All right. Now, before we get into that, I figure we'll probably do some dinosaur deep dives. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and see what is on our deep dive list. And then we'll kind of go into our Jurassic World Evolution dinosaurs and other sundry creatures. Who is here right now? Oh, and that could have been a surf rock version of White Lightning by George Jones. Could very well have been Raptor, yes. And Dr. Javasaurus did have one right there. Why don't we do that? I don't know what this critter is. You said it was a Rhynchosaur or something, right? A non-dinosaur? I mean, Rhynchus right there is a clue, I suppose. Rhynchosaurs are these weirdo... I believe they're some kind of bizarre Archosaur. A non-dinosaurian Archosaur called it... Oh, no, hang on. No, Rhynchosaurs aren't Archosaurs. They're are they Rhynchocephalians? Are they related to Tuatara? Let's find out. Stenalorhynchus. Possibly meaning narrowed tube beak? What do you mean possibly, Wikipedia? It is a hyperodapodontid Rhynchosaur, known for the Middle Triassic of Tanzania. There is the skull right there. Rhynchosaurs are these really weirdo critters that were around about the same time that the first dinosaurs evolved. Rhynchosaurs. There we go. They're almost like a gigantic, you know, reptilian naked mole rat or something like that. Really weird critters. They've got these bizarre beaks on the front. They've got these, like, semi-sprawling limbs. They're really, really just bizarre, bizarre creatures. Yeah. And there's a classic illustration of a rhynchosaur in a book over here. Yes, indeed. When I was teaching full-time, this is one of my students' very, very favorite books. It's teaching really young kids. And, you know, learning our alphabet, learning our letters, learning our dinosaurs, too. Excellent, excellent book. The science is very much outdated. This is from the 90s. So you can tell by the featherless Deinonychus there on the front. Once it focuses up. Which it will. Come on, camera. You can do it. You can do it. Let's get it to focus manually, I suppose. Properties. Configure video. Camera control. Done with the autofocus. Let's do this thing manually. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. An alphabet of dinosaurs. I believe it was, yeah, right here. We've got a Herrerasaurus. An early, probably, dinosaur. This is a creature that is probably one of the earliest theropod dinosaurs, although it's so weird and early and primitive that we're not even 100% sure that it is a legitimate dinosaur. Anyway, and it is about to chow down on this poor rhynchosaur right here. Sorry, buddy, but you are gonna get eaten up, it appears, by this Herrerasaurus. Here's my opportunity to focus this a little bit better. So hang tight. There we go. That's the way we like it. Yes. A rhynchosaur being attacked by a Herrerasaur, which is probably a dinosaur, but in the Triassic period, anything goes. You know, critters get weird in the Triassic, and then things kind of become I don't know. From a lot of paleontologists' perspective, things become a little bit more normal at the end of the Triassic, beginning of the Jurassic period, after that mass extinction. So yeah. That's a rhynchosaur for you. Really weird critter. How big were they? About the size of like a large dog in a lot of cases. Let's look at Stenalorhynchus right here, as requested by Dr. Javasaurus. So again, this is not a dinosaur. This is a beaked herbivore measuring 1 to 6 meters in length. Up to 6 meters, wow. It's like close to 20 feet long. That is really interesting. Yeah. We know it has a determinate growth pattern. Probably herbivorous. Let's look at some illustrations of this critter. Given that it is not a dinosaur, I don't know very much about these animals. There's a lovely Mark Whitten illustration there. Kind of a sketch of these critters chowing down on some plants. So these would have been one of the larger herbivores in that environment. In like the middle Triassic. And there's some relatives, I guess, right there. Skeletals of them. So they're kind of like... They're almost like a giant naked mole rat or something like that. Those jaws really remind me of a naked mole rat with those big incisor teeth. And there is a rhynchosaur skull right there. Yeah, Stenalorhynchus. Right there. Take a look at this beautiful specimen from Tanzania in East Africa. There's the orbit, the eye socket. There are these big premaxillary processes, it looks like. They might even be teeth, actually. I'm not totally sure. And there's the lower jaw. postorbital fenestra, temporal fenestrae up there, and there's the back of the skull that attaches to the cervical vertebrae, the neck bones. I wonder if we can find any videos on Rhynchosaurs or Rhynchosaurs. Oh, here we go. Classic. We've got this classic animation of a Herrerasaurus going after a Rhynchosaur. This is from like the late 1980s, I think, or early 1990s. Let's have ourselves a look-see. There's a... That's a little cynodont, I think. Whoop! Little mammal ancestor got wrecked. And there's our Rhynchosaur. Uh-oh. Oh, and there's a big old postasuchid or something. What we used to call it.
Faced some stiff competition in the Triassic age.
Yeah. So that's not a dinosaur there. The thing that just stole the dead Rhynchosaur. That's a big crocodile relative. What we'd call a pseudasuchian, I guess. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, cool stuff. So anyway, yeah. So Rhynchosaurs, what are they actually? Am I getting them mixed up with Rhynchocephalians, or are they actually related to Tuatara? So they are Rhynchosaurs. So they're archosauromorph reptiles. Okay. They are not related to Rhynchocephalians. Like Tuataras. These are archosaurs. Or archosauromorph reptiles, at least. So they're kind of distantly related to dinosaurs. And crocodiles and pterosaurs. And birds. Yeah. And this is a group that their heyday is in the Triassic period. I don't think they actually evolve until the early Triassic, and they go extinct at the end of the Triassic, as far as I know. Yeah, they first appeared in the Middle Triassic or possibly the early Triassic, before becoming abundant and globally distributed through the Carnian stage of the late Triassic. Then, they go extinct at the beginning of the Jurassic period. And when we say they could show up in the early Triassic doesn't last as long as you might imagine. Let's take a look at our time scale here. Let's set it to linear time. Here's us today at the very top of the age of mammals. This is the present. Then you go into the age of dinosaurs, the Mesozoic. And you have the Triassic period here. The upper Triassic is way longer than the middle or the lower. So if we say early Triassic, that's very early on. Yeah. And I'm not trying to 100% conflate early with lower or upper with late, but I don't know. A lot of people do get those kind of mixed up. That's talking about time versus stratigraphy. We're not going to get into that now. But anyway, just to give you some sense for what's going on here, Rhynchosaurs probably show up about 240 million years ago, maybe a little bit earlier than that. And then they exist throughout the Triassic. They're pretty successful throughout here. And they go extinct right there at that big extinction event at the end of the Triassic. That would be the biggest extinction event until the end of the Cretaceous. Way up here, that wipes out all the non-bird dinosaurs. And a bunch of other... It's like 60% of all other life on Earth, guys, dies out here at the end of the Cretaceous. Maybe more. So yeah. Interesting stuff, right? Senua says, nice chart, thank you. You can look at this yourself at stratigraphy.org. It's all interactive, too, which is pretty cool. Nope, that's not it. That's the name of the critter we're looking at. This is the link I was trying to give you. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. Miss Yvette says, did dinosaurs migrate? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe... we could talk about that in a little bit. But I want to focus on this critter first and really make sure that we do justice for Stenalarinkos. Because these are critters that really don't get enough attention. And if I, as a dinosaur paleontologist, say that and then continue to neglect them throughout the broadcast, I would not be setting a very good example, you know? Yeah. Just gonna skim this real quick, and I'll see if maybe we can even find the original paper in which they were described. That genus was named in 1932, so we should be able to find this. There we go. Quarterly Journal of the British Geological Society. And no, I'm not going to pay for that. What? Give me a second here. Ooh. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So these are from Karoo time. Well, they're actually not though. They're from the Triassic. Must be before we really understood what was going on there. But this is where that critter was named. This particular journal article back in 1932. Yeah, Stenalarinkos. There you go. Very nice. There you go. Stenalarinkos stocklei. There's a humerus right there. Looks like more of a humerus. Anyway, cool stuff. I always try to look at the original papers when we're doing a deep dive like this. Yeah, I don't know, not a whole lot to say about these animals, except rhynchosaurs are cool. Not very well understood as far as I know it, and they don't get quite enough attention, but to be fair, they weren't really around for very long. The dinosaurs, the first of the dinosaurs that show up, critters like Eoraptor and Herrerasaurus, like you saw eating that poor rhynchosaur a few minutes ago. Yeah. They tend to get most of the attention.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
17 months.
Nerfdermer.
I believe it's been 3 years already. Thanks for the knowledge share, Danny.
Nerfdermer, thank you for your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, Nerfdermer. 17 months is a long time. That is that almost 3 years? Not a math guy, Nerfdermer. But thank you for helping keep this ship afloat through your generous support. I appreciate you, Nerfdermer. And thanks for being a member of this community. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So these guys are cool. Rhynchosaurs. Neat animals. And thank you, Dr. Javasaurus, for suggesting a rhynchosaur right there. Stenalarinkos. Very nice. And do we have anybody else in chat who's got a one of these dinosaurs on the list right now? We'll do one more before we get into Jurassic World Evolution, you know? Yeah, and I don't think that was Postosuchus raptor, because Postosuchus is from later in time. It's from the Chinle Formation, like late Triassic of North America. That would have been like Saurasuchus or something like that. The one that you saw... There you go, this critter. Saurasuchus or Nithasuchus or something like that. It's Gigulasto Formation. It's a formation that Herrerasaurus is from, I believe. Dinosaurs, Eoraptor, Herrerasaurus, yeah. Now let's look at... Saurasuchus. Yeah, there we go. Right there on the right. Or, from your perspective, the right. Big guy with the crocodile scutes. Saurosuchus. There we go. Yeah. So related to Postosuchus, but earlier in time. Yeah. Likely being the apex predator of the Esquigualasta Formation. And, yeah, at the time, maybe the biggest terrestrial carnivore that had ever lived. And, it would only be exceeded by some of the theropod dinosaurs later on. So, yeah. Yeah. And Psychanalis has given us a dinosaur deep dive there. Maybe we'll do this dinosaur tomorrow also. Another avian theropod. Geocosix. I don't know what that is. The name means like earth tail or ground tail, something like that. For Psychanalis. Very nice. That'll be cool. We'll tune in tomorrow, Psychanalis, and I think we'll cover that one then. Yeah. And, yeah. 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 Let's, is anybody else? Not seen anybody else in chat who's got one on here. Could do Chilesaurus for Dr. Terra, but I don't see Dr. Terra here. And hello, Travel the World. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Travel. It's good to see you. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and get into Jurassic World Evolution, right? Boot this up. There we go. Pull up our tier list right here for ranking these critters. So far, we only have one really good dinosaur that I was quite impressed by, and that was our Allosaurus jimadsoni. Qualified, in my eyes, as both accurate and compelling. That is a high bar to clear, and the Allosaurus managed to do that. Got some pretty decent ones there. Carcharodontosaurus, Albertosaurus, what was this? Australovenator? Carnotaurus. They're pretty decent. Got a lot of sauropods here in inoffensive but uninspired. And also... Oh, sorry, this is Acrocanthosaurus up here. This is Carcharodontosaurus, Coelophysis, and Ceratosaurus. Meh, there's a bunch. Inaccurate and boring. Ankylosaurus, Apatosaurus, Dilophosaurus. Downright embarrassing was... What was this? Archaeornithomimus, I think? Baryonyx. Ugh. Awful. Deinonychus. Terrible. Dracorex. Just embarrassing. We know this is just a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. Like, it's been known for a long time, and they still include it in the game as its own taxon, and it's not even very good. So yeah. And Birds Are Dead On, when we did Starlings, I think that was a few weeks ago, Birds Are Dead On, yeah. We talked about Starlings and how they first got to North America. It's an interesting story. The sounds that they can make, the mimicry that they do. It was fun. Did you suggest that one, Birds Are Dead On? It was a good one. Yeah.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter.
A what?
Is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir. That's what this thing's like.
Roses and Tea, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Really appreciate that, Roses and Tea. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. It's a big deal. I appreciate it very much. So yeah. Gonna look back for the VOD later. Dir. Sounds good, Birds Are Dead On. Yeah. That was paleontologist Kevin Padian right there. I used to see Kevin all the time at the museum at Berkeley, just down the road from me now. Hey, Moonrise Rabbit, how you doing? Welcome, welcome to you. Hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to see you. Yeah. Let's see who is next in our video game here. We were just getting done with, Draco Rex.
The global serious game of paleontology.
Vento Norte, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Draco Rex. Lousy. And next up, Dreadnoughtus. Interesting. This is a big old titanosaur from the very late Cretaceous period. I think it's like Maastrichtian in age. And it actually appears really briefly in the last Jurassic World movie. I, for one, thought it was really uninspired appearance. They basically just show it like this, where it's just kind of like silhouetted. You don't even really get a good sense for how big the animal is or how cool it is. It was just kind of boring. Yeah, I don't know. A much better depiction of this animal you can find in Prehistoric Planets. Mr. Goo, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tibb. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you also for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Mr. Tibb says, I think my favorite dinosaur is Deinonychus. That's an excellent favorite dinosaur, Mr. Tibb. It's okay to have a favorite dinosaur when you're 38, right? No, it's practically a requirement. What are you talking about? It's not okay to not have a favorite dinosaur, regardless of age, Mr. Tibb. Or to have multiple favorite dinosaurs like I do. Welcome, Mr. Tibb. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We actually happen to have a Deinonychus skull spinning around right there on my shelf. Yeah. That is the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame, which is not actually Velociraptor at all. It's Deinonychus. It's a long story why the Jurassic Park Deinonychus gets called Velociraptor. Yeah, Velociraptor is actually a different dinosaur from Mongolia that looked a lot different and was a lot smaller. So anyway, yeah. It is weird to not have a favorite dinosaur. Agreed, Galara Dragon. Or not have at least one favorite dinosaur, you know? You can have a lot. You can have many, like I do. So yeah. And Maximum Darnard says, I'm 40 and would tell anyone who will listen about my favorite dinosaurs. It's excellent, Maximum Darnard. I'm glad to hear that.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Miss Yvette, thank you for that gift sub there.
Gifted Portuguese ka subscription.
Really appreciate that, Miss Yvette, for gifting Portuguese.
One sub to Portuguese.
That means a lot. It really does. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Excellent. Yeah, and we are on our way to our sub goal now. We've got one. Let's see if we can get to 30. That's excellent. I appreciate you, Miss Yvette. And Mr. Tibb says, I'm home. Yeah. Welcome home, Mr. Tibb. Welcome home. I think you'll like this community. It's great to have you here. Paleo Jaw says, I asked someone their favorite dinosaur, and they replied, I don't know, I only know T-Rex and pterodactyl. Which, yeah, so they only know one, well, they don't know that birds are dinosaurs, apparently. Yeah, pterosaurs, like pterodactyl, not dinosaurs, which we'll be talking about. We've got a bunch of pterosaurs on our tier list here. And they go in this category, or this one. Not a dinosaur, or not a dinosaur plus it's terrible. We actually have two pterosaurs right there, because they're really poorly rendered in this game. Yeah. Let's put this in presentation mode, by the way. That's better. That's much better. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. I sincerely wish that more people, including, you know, more adults, knew more about dinosaurs. If somebody doesn't know anything about dinosaurs or claims to not be interested in dinosaurs, it's like, where's the magic in your life, you know? Where's your zest for learning? Your passion for awe and wonder? Learning about the natural world, you know? Has that been completely beaten out of you by society? Have you truly had your spirit crushed? You know, an indifference to dinosaurs, I think, is an indifference to everything that is interesting and inspiring about the natural world. It's an indifference to learning itself. That's really sad. Yeah. Your kid calls you a dinosaur, Mr. Tibb? But you're not a dinosaur. Your kids must, well, I don't know. This is a rant that I have. I'm sorry, I'm not going to jump down your throat about this, Mr. Tibb, or your kid, but I don't know. I could go on a long rant about this. Mostly avoid that right now. But suffice it to say that if you're the sort of person who still uses the word dinosaur to refer to something that's Loonisaurus, appreciate those 7 months.
An occasional catastrophe. All species eventually become extinct.
That's true, Loonisaurus. Thank you so much for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. Here's my rant about the use of the word dinosaur like that. If you're the sort of person who still uses the word dinosaur as a shorthand for something that's like outmoded or old-fashioned or like just kind of sitting there waiting to go extinct, instead of something that's incredibly successful that ruled the planet for 160 million years.
Today because
thank you, Red Zed.
The draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yep. Red Zed, thank you so much for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. That's the thing, is that dinosaurs only went extinct because of like a freak accident.
Odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate.
Yep.
But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Thank you for the prime, Nader Fiend. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. If somebody isn't with the times enough to recognize that dinosaurs were incredibly active, often intelligent, social, brightly colored, warm-blooded, dynamic, incredibly successful animals that ruled the Earth for over 150 million years, you know, adapting to all different kinds of changes. And they were only driven to extinction by a giant rock hitting the Earth from outer space. A rock the size of San Francisco that also wiped out the majority of all other creatures on Earth, too. It's like 70% of life on Earth died out at the end of the Cretaceous period. Thereabouts, I don't know. Different tallies will differ in that. But even then, dinosaurs didn't completely go extinct. We still have birds today. And there are easily double the number of species of birds on our planet today than there are mammals. Dinosaurs are still incredibly successful. Adosia, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that, Adosia. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary. We are creeping up there with our sub goal now. We've got 8 out of 30. Thank you, Adosia. There's now 5 people who will not have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to you, Adoja. So thank you very, very much. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
There you go, Panthapire. Thank you for showing some love with those 100 bits. Really appreciate that, Panthapire. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Dinosaurs are still winning the numbers war. There you go. Yeah. There you go. So anyway, if somebody uses the word dinosaur to refer to something that's old or outmoded, you know, out of fashion, just kind of sitting there waiting to go extinct, that means they're not with the times. They're living in the past. That person does not understand our current understanding of dinosaurs, which means they are outmoded, old-fashioned, living in the past. You know? So it's a self-report when somebody uses the word dinosaur to refer to something that's outmoded. Mayfield Pemberley, thank you for the 300 bits. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's projection, Adosha. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. SB Harkin says, I hope birds are doing okay under the current circumstances. Oh, shoot, they are. I completely forgot. Today's Thursday Birds Day. We're supposed to talk about birds today. We'll get into that in a bit, I guess. Thank you, Raptor, for that gift sub to Booty Raider. I'm sure that's booty in the pirate sense, you know? Booty meaning treasure. Thank you, Raptor. I appreciate you. We got a hype train going here. Shoot. You know what happens if we get to a level 5 hype train? We'll be doing Spookalane. Yeah. Raptor says, I love that you pronounced the misspelling. Well, yeah, of course, Raptor. Yeah. Yeah, that's just the kind of guy I am. How are you doing, Smorphosaurus? Thank you for having arrived. Good to have you here. Alright, let's see, we gotta find Dreadnoughtus on here. Which is gonna be tough, because all the sauropod dinosaurs look alike. They're all gray in this game. It's like they're just using like an elephant as their inspiration. I think it's here. I think this is Dreadnoughtus. This is probably Mamenchisaurus, I'm guessing. But, yeah. Anyway, Dreadnoughtus. It's... Oh, nope, that's not Dreadnoughtus. Hang on a minute here. Riptorus, Dreadnoughtus. Anyway, kind of a typical... I do like that they made the forelimbs longer than the hind limbs, which is probably the case for this animal. But it is just a little bit dull, and I don't know. And I'd like to see some wider hips in this animal, too. Sauropods, Titanosaur sauropods, you've got these real wide hips. So, yeah. And Corwin Pro, I've been asked about the Ross character from Friends many, many times. I'll say this, he's not a good paleontologist. And I don't think I don't know. I was actually asked about this in an interview once. Let me see if I can find that. Then we'll get back to Dreadnoughtus. Where were we at? It was, yeah.
Sincere appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for those bits, Nader Fiend.
Who survives a mass extinction event?
Luck has the... It's usually the biggest role, Nader Fiend. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It depends how you define luck. But yeah, Niederfien, it's all about being lucky. There we go. This was at the end of, what, 2021? Yeah. I was interviewed by Pat Kenny from News Talk Radio in Ireland, from the Pat Kenny Show. And let's see if we can listen to that real quick. There we go. And play.
When your to-do list is a mile long and you need to hit the drugstore...
I'm not sure that we would have evolved if it hadn't been for that extinction event, that fluke of prehistory, as it were. Yeah, that one, like, impact from that asteroid, this chance event, kind of paved the way for our modern world. I'm not sure mammals ever would have taken off and evolved into things like bats and whales and humans if it hadn't have been for that really strange, events that occurred back in the 60s.
Yeah, he does ask me about Ross from Friends.
Dinosaurs, Mongolia.
Feather has been
long-running sort of used to generate a list called a
Trich.
Where was that?
Unfortunately, a little bit mistake. It's something that might have heard.
That would just be a bit of a bone or...
was discovered before there. I think it's pretty unique.
And a final question, Danny. The character Ross in Friends is probably the best-known paleontologist in the world. Was that good or bad for the reputation of your profession?
Let's see. I do get this question a fair bit. I hope I'm not offending anybody by saying this, but I don't think Ross from Friends is a particularly good paleontologist.
He's not.
I don't think the writers on that show actually consulted any fossil scientists or anybody like that. But I don't know. In one sense, I do think it's important in that it's taught a lot of people the word paleontologist. Oftentimes, members of the public get archaeologists confused with paleontologists. So just having that word there in the common parlance because of the show Friends, I think that's a good.
On balance, it's good. Danny, look, thank you very, very much for joining us. I think you've made the consumption of the Christmas turkey a lot more interesting. Danny Adus, paleontologist, thank you very much for joining us on the program today, and a very happy Christmas to you.
And you too, Pat. It's been a pleasure.
So, yeah. I can complain all I want about, Ross on Friends, David Schwimmer's character. David Schwimmer from Band of Brothers, on Friends, playing a paleontologist. Not playing a very good paleontologist. It's problems with the writers, not with the actor. But, like, everything in that show is pretty much just gibberish every time he talks about fossil science. Like, it's not making any sense. But, as Pat Kenny said, on balance, it might be a good thing in that so many people have never heard the word paleontologist before. But if they're a big fan of Friends, then they have heard it through that show. And you know what? That's positive. I'll take that. It's just, it was a missed opportunity. It could have been so much better. But maybe all in all, it is a good thing that he was a paleontologist on the show. Because that taught a lot of people that word. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Maskling says, dang, I didn't recognize his voice. Yeah, that's because they just, called me up on the phone. I had all my broadcasting equipment, my microphone, and condenser, everything else already. And then, and then the producers from that show just called me up on the phone. So that's why the audio sounds like it was recorded through a toaster oven. Duh. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to Dreadnoughtus here. Yeah. Dreadnoughtus is a big ol' sauropod dinosaur from the end of the Cretaceous period. And let me show you a really nice Dreadnoughtus. Shown this a number of times before, but check this out. Yeah. Really, really excellent portrayal here in Prehistoric Planet. Take a look at that. Really excellent. I'm gonna try and cut down on the actual audio there, because I've been trying to upload these VODs to YouTube, and they've been, seems like anytime I have audio from a YouTube video, it gets flagged for copyright, even if sometimes it's not even by the copyright holder. Just by, like, some random thing in Cyrillics or in Korean characters that I can't read. There's a lot of bogus copyright claiming going on. Anyway, this is an excellent portrayal of sauropod dinosaurs. Titanosaurs in particular, Dreadnoughtus, really, really extraordinary. You know, it looks far less generic than the one in Jurassic World. This is some excellent stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. You have the score for the Dreadnoughtus scene in your workout playlist? That's awesome, Paleo Draw. I like that a lot. Yeah. It's actually a great idea. That would be great workout music. Anyway, such a cool depiction of this animal. Really, really awesome. And look at those inflating gular sacs. These animals have almost like that of a prairie chicken or something. This is a speculative idea, but it makes all the sense in the world because these animals already have hollow neck vertebrae. It's connected to the respiratory system. Some modern birds have inflatable display sacs like this on their necks. You know, so this is speculative, but it's speculative in a really good way. It's thought-provoking, it's plausible, and it speaks to these animals being dynamic, social creatures. Really, really cool. So that is a million times more interesting than this depiction of Dreadnoughtus right here, in my opinion. So let's go ahead and put it on our tier list. Dreadnoughtus right there. And I'm going to say meh for Dreadnoughtus. You know? Or maybe I could say inoffensive but uninspired. Like, there's nothing particularly bad about it. There's also nothing great. I'm gonna put it in meh. That's where it's gonna go. Such a cool dinosaur deserves a better treatment than that, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Hey Jody Fish, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And SB Harkin says, I wish they all walked in the same direction like flamingos. I think they do later on in that scene, don't they? Could be misremembering. But, yeah. And the only thing I don't like about the scene is the setting feels unrealistic. I mean, GIMP, like, it's actually based, I think, on, like, flamingos and where they gather. So they'll gather in, like, a big area, like salt flats or something like that. Other animals will do the same thing. Yeah, like that's taken from actual, you know, modern biology. So yeah, yeah. And it does make it maybe a little bit less impressive because you can't really see the scale there, which is why they throw those birds in right here, just to give you a sense of scale for these animals. They've got those low camera angles, too. Yeah. But congregating out on, like, a salt flat like this is 100% something that's, that modern animals like birds will do. Like, when they're, you know, this is like the display grounds. I think it even talks about that in the documentary. So, I don't know, that doesn't bother me at all. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. And hey, XF Kirsten, what's shaking? Good to see you. And yes, we're playing video games today. Definitely not just going through YouTube videos with footage from a video game. Certainly not. We'd never do such a thing. And nice, Jody Fish. That is a nice surprise. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. If some pre-bird dinosaurs had coloration from their diet too, that's a good question, Kennedy. I'm not sure. It's probably trickier to do that with skin than it is with feathers, but I don't know. Good question. As whether it's rainy here, Miss Yvette. It's rainy, for sure. Yeah. So anyway. Let's move on from Dreadnoughtus, who in Jurassic World Evolution we put into the meh category. Meh. They could have done something way cooler with this animal, and Prehistoric Planet shows how that can be done, you know? That's a top-tier depiction right there. This is pretty meh. I don't know. Dreadnoughtus deserves better. That being said, let's see who's next on our list. And I think it's going to be one of my very favorite dinosaurs from when I was a kid. Maybe this means I was a lame kid, but it's Dryosaurus! Everyone's favorite dinosaur. Dryosaurus, truly a king among dinosaurs. Little, Dryosaurid, basal iguanodontian, ornithischian. I remember, when I was a kid, I briefly had the game, what was it? Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, which was a park building game, just like this one right here. And there were a whole bunch of different dinosaurs that you could put in your park. And they had different star rankings. And Dryosaurus, little Dryosaurus right here, was the only dinosaur yeah. Dryosaurus is the only one-star dinosaur. And he's usually the earliest dinosaur that one can use in their park. But when I was a kid, Dryosaurus was one of my very favorite dinosaurs. And, yeah. And that was the game you played the most growing up. Oh, cool, Petrodactylus. I only got to play it a few times because the computer that I had at the time was my mom's computer, actually. I didn't have my own computer yet. Didn't have that kind of money. The computer that we had, it was an old Gateway machine. You know, those Gateway computers with the big, like, Holstein cow splotches on them. Remember the box? Gateway computers. Does anybody remember these? Yeah. That computer was so slow that it would overheat or it would just, like, crash and shut down when I'd try to run that game. And it got worse over time, so I was only able to play it, like, a few times. And then the computer just couldn't handle it anymore. Yeah, it was a near fatal experience for that machine. Oh boy. Yeah. Your family's first computer was a Gateway? Nice, Frank, big time. Yeah, that might have been our first computer too. I'm not sure. Yeah. And then your bestie said he used to work for Gateway. Cool, Anina. Yeah. I still don't know why they went with the Holstein cow kind of motif there, but it's distinctive and I remember it. So yeah. You know, maybe it's clever because, you know, when you're thinking about computers, you're thinking about cutting-edge technology. You know, you want stuff at the very forefront. And so, of course, you think about pastoral settings. You think about old-fashioned agriculture. You think of grazing, bovid, hoofed mammals. Because when you think of cows, you know, most definitely you think of cutting-edge computing. You think of the future when you look at ruminants grazing cattle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, they were based in a rural area. Okay, Kennedy. Interesting. Yeah. And, oh, that's very cool, Petrodactylus. Nice. That sounds really cool, putting them in an environment, just letting them fend for themselves. Yeah. And, oh, and Mayor Space. That game sounds violent. My goodness. See, I prefer games where you can be kind to dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Rex the Pigeon. Remember that iconic scene from Dryosaurus Park where the Dryosaurus groans and makes the "When Dryosaurus Ruled the Earth" flag fall? Such a classic and epic scene. I wrote, oh yeah, Rex the Pigeon. I do remember this. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. And Frank Big Time does make a good point. I know I was being sarcastic there, but Frank Big Time is being earnest and makes a fair point here. Says, maybe Gateway wanted a folksy image. It's hard to know who to trust about tech, so trust us rural cow folks. Oh, yeah. There's a certain logic there, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. What if we farm dinosaurs? Lots of people do, Miss Yvette. Ever been to a poultry farm? Yeah. See? You just gotta remember, birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. And in Jurassic World Evolution, the dinosaurs just fight all the time. Yeah, Petrodactylus. Interesting. Well, let's take a look at the, well, actually, let me show you why I first fell in love with Dryosaurus when I was, a young lad. There was a documentary that came out when I was a kid called When Dinosaurs Roamed America. And, well, hang on a second. Let me see if... Yeah...
Dryosaurus is too small to defend her brood against a hungry predator.
Like Ceratosaurus. Uh-oh.
All they can do
is run. Oh, no! Run, Dryosaurus, run!
Legs make for speed. But one of her offspring lags behind.
Oh, no.
The only hope is to find cover.
Yeah, man, that was brutal and really short. Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was going to show the whole thing where the Ceratosaurus actually just, like, swallows the poor Dryosaurus whole.
Is right.
And then, yeah, this is
now these animals. When we look at
Jim Kirkland narrating this right here, and I'm actually working on an abstract with Jim Kirkland. We're yeah, we've got a publication that we're working on right now.
Condition of preservation. This suggests they all died pretty close to the same time.
So anyway, yeah, later on in this episode. Yeah, Dryosaurus.
Short work of the scraps. They chew their food to speed digestion.
Once again, Dryosaurus is beset by Ceratosaurus. Where did that go? I believe that is right. Where is that gonna be? Dryosaurus. So, I don't know. I remember seeing that for the first time when I was a kid. And then, I remember, like, waking up the next morning and going, I want to learn more about Dryosaurus. And I got out every dinosaur book that I had at the time. Laid them all out on the floor. And found Dryosaurus in each of these different books and just read everything I possibly could about this animal. And that's a wonderful feeling to, like, have something that you're suddenly very interested in, and then you have it within your power to be able to learn a lot about this new topic. And I still remember that. That's It's pretty cool. And that was around the same time that I got this game. And Dryosaurus was my favorite dinosaur at the time. I was a little offended that it was the only 1-star dinosaur in the whole game. But this is actually not a bad depiction of this animal. I kind of like this a lot. You know, this is pretty good. It'd be nice if they were, I don't know, if they had like a less archetypically like lizardy color scheme. And the tail is too flexible too. So even like with Basiliguanodontians like this, I don't think their tails should be that wiggly-waggly. Although that is a problem across just about every dinosaur in this game, is their tails are too floppy. Dinosaur tails were actually an important anchor point for muscles in the thighs. They're used for balance. They're not, you know, wiggly-waggly like a rat's tail or something like that, you know? Like, the tail is a really important part of their body, used for, you know, it has to do with locomotion and balance. Yeah, but apart from that, it's a lovely depiction of this animal, and I like it. It should get a better color scheme than this, and maybe, you know, I would have been happy if they gave it some speculative kind of proto-feathers too, but kind of like in Culindrodromeus. But, yeah. Anyway, overall, not too shabby for Dryosaurus. So Dryosaurus is right here. And I think I'm gonna put it in pretty decent, actually. It's not bad, you know? It's not bad. They even got the shape of the head right and everything for the most part. Yeah. So yeah, pretty decent, I'm gonna say. So yeah. So like a cat's tail, says Adosha? No, a cat's tail would be more flexible than these dinosaurs' tails. So let's look at the, a skeletal diagram of Dryosaurus. There we go, that's a pretty decent one right there. I don't know why those parts were in blue. That might be a particular specimen where they have those parts. But anyway, that's cool. 3D printed Dryosaurus skeleton? That sounds awesome. Very cool. Oh, I'd love to get my hands on those files. Holy moly. But yeah. There is a skeleton of Dryosaurus. This might be at the museum in Berlin, right here. But yeah, their tail would actually be fairly stiff. It's got these long chevrons coming off of the tail right there. Pretty long neural spines, pretty long transverse processes. That tail would have been pretty stiff. And big muscle attachments coming off of those transverse processes going back as far as like here and connecting to the thigh. These big caudofemoralis muscles. So, yeah. Anyway, relatively stiff tail. I think most dinosaur tails would be a lot more stiff than they're often portrayed in movies and TV and video games and stuff like that. So, yeah. But yeah, and cats have a much different tail, Adosha. Let me show you. So cats do have very wiggly-waggly tails. Let's see. There is the tail of a domestic cat right there. And there's its whole skeleton. It's a pretty good digital rendering. It's not perfect. But, yeah. Anyway, they have very, very simple tail osteology. It's just the vertebral centra. They don't have any neural spines sticking up, no transverse processes coming out, no caudal chevrons hanging down underneath. And it's not an attachment point for muscles or anything like that. It's not. Whereas in Dryosaurus. It absolutely is. Big old caudal chevrons hanging down off the tail. Big old neural spines coming off of the vertebral centra. The centrum is just like the backbone part in the middle. That's the bone in the center is called the centrum. And then there's the transverse processes, these kind of wings that come off the sides. So very, very different from the skeleton of a cat. They've got wimpy little tails like that. Dryosaurus and other dinosaurs, you know, there's a lot more going on with their tail. Does that make sense? Yeah. Excuse me. So yeah. And how confident is the science behind some of the muscle mass dinosaurs had? Can be extrapolated from the bones? That is a great question, Nerf Dermer, and I actually have a project about that I'm going to be tackling sometime in the next year or so. Maybe next couple of years. We'll have to see. But yeah, that is an ongoing subject of discussion and debate and active research in dinosaur paleontology. How beefy should dinosaurs be? How much muscle mass did they actually have over their skeletons? You know? Were they pretty thin? Did their overall silhouette conform pretty closely to their skeleton? As in birds? Or of their flesh, at least. In birds, like, birds are... their flesh hews pretty close to their skeleton, and then they've got those big poofy feathers over the top. A lot of mammals are not that way. A lot of mammals, you look at the, look at their skeleton. So here is the skeleton of an elephant seal. Right here. And then here's the actual animal. It's incredibly beefy, thick, you know? So there's a diagram right there showing an elephant seal. I guess that's so tiny. Yeah, anyway, it gives you some idea. Mammals are probably a really bad analog for dinosaurs in this respect. They're just very different creatures. Yeah. And case in point, you know, a big marine mammal like this, it's got a bunch of blubber and stuff to help keep it warm. And the cold ocean waters in which they live. So yeah. Dinosaurs, probably not like this. Probably much more bird-like, much more crocodile-like. Going back to our EPB, our extant phylogenetic bracket. If there's something that we don't know for dinosaurs, we look at their closest living relatives, their cousins, the crocodiles, and living dinosaurs like birds. And if we've got to make some kind of a guess about dinosaurs, for something that's unknown and really difficult to determine from the fossil record, the best way to come up with an educated guess, oftentimes, is to look at their modern relatives. So yeah. Anyway, and of course, Nerf Dermer, thank you for the discussion topic there. Before I forget, let's check on our 3D printer again real quick. Ooh, and this is going well. We're now doing the, I think, coracoids and sternum of the our baby Triceratops right now. Let me go look at this in person, make sure. So I'm hearing some weird noises. Let me make sure there's something sticking up. Shouldn't be. I actually have to keep checking on that. Gotta keep checking on that because the spool is down to its final layer for the printer filament. And I gotta make sure it doesn't run out. Because, yeah. This printer will not stop automatically if it runs out of filament. It'll just keep going. It doesn't realize that the filament's run out. So I gotta keep an eye on that. But, yeah. Anyway, printing a baby Triceratops skeleton. There we go. Yeah, like this. Oh, I'm so excited. So right now I'm printing this part in the chest up front. The coracoids, sterna, and a few of the ribs. So far, I think all I have left are most of the ribs and then the tail. And then we're done. Then we can assemble this bad boy. Very excited about that. So yeah, this is gonna be it's gonna be good, I think. It's gonna be real good. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, let's get back to Jurassic World, shall we? Yeah. How long will it take? Maybe a few more days to print Max the Pigeon. Depends how many of the ribs I can fit on that on the print plate there, because it's not very big. It's like 11 inches by 11 inches. It's not huge. But you can see I've got a few of the ribs on there already. They're done. And now we're just printing those sternal plates. So that's going to be cool. And as for assembly, I might be able to assemble most of it live on stream, which would be really cool. We'll have a special Triceratops assembly party. I think that'll be neat. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, give me just a second, then we'll jump back into our tier list right here. Take a look at that. Let me check on something. All right. Let's see who's next. In Jurassic World Evolution 2, who have we got? Edmontosaurus. Oh. Very interesting. This is Edmontosaurus regalis. And, oh man, this actually makes me really happy. This is a beautiful portrayal of this animal. Very, very cool. Now, Edmontosaurus is one of these dinosaurs that, we're really lucky here, and that I guess these ones did not appear in any of the Jurassic World movies, or the Jurassic Park movies, or else it would probably have gotten botched. This is a dinosaur where the very talented developers of this game actually had free reign to make it authentic and compelling. And they did a pretty good job, I would say. Really, really neat. Let me tell you a thing or two about Edmontosaurus, first of all. Edmontosaurus is a famously, like, flat-headed duck-billed dinosaur. A long time ago, we used to call it names like Trachodon. We actually have an alert featuring that. Sinclair Dinoland. Here we go. The ponderous Trachodon. Here we go.
200 million years ago, a vanished world, recreated by Sinclair. Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was. Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Yeah. This is actually based on some of the paintings by Charles R. Knight around the turn of the century. So Trachodon is kind of an antiquated name for kind of a flat-headed, duck-billed dinosaur, like you see right here. Trachodon is actually based on, it's a tooth taxon, so it's just based on teeth. But many of you will recognize this plastic toy. This is a Marx Trachodon, now known as Edmontosaurus. How many of you in chat recognize this sculpt? Maybe you had this as a kid. I had these when I was a kid. You could still find them in dollar stores and stuff like that to this very day. In the year 2023. You can still find these. But yeah, that's Trachodon right there. We now know it as Edmontosaurus, obviously. Yeah, Edmontosaurus. I think this was named in the same paper as Troodon, actually. I think Trachodon and Troodon might be from the same publication back in 1858. And are they related to Iguanodon? They are. These guys are probably, they're much later than Iguanodon, and they may have actually evolved from a very Iguanodon-like animal. Yeah. Iguanodontians seem to be the ancestors of the duck-billed dinosaurs, the hadrosaurs. So, Edmontosaurus is well known as like a flat-headed duck-billed dinosaur. There's a lovely depiction of an Edmontosaurus right there, although you can't see its head. Oh, that's a really nice one too, with a very thick neck. I don't know if the neck would have been that thick in real life. But yeah. But there was a really interesting discovery that was made about these animals. Yeah. And let's see here. There you go. Surprise! Well-studied dinosaur actually had a coxcomb. You know, like a rooster. Actually had a fleshy crest on the top of its head. We always used to call these, you know, the flat-headed hadrosaurs. A lot of other duck-billed dinosaurs have crazy crests on their heads, like you see in Parasaurolophus there in chat. And we always assume that these guys also had flat heads, because there's no indication of any bony crest or anything right there. Yeah. And, oh, come on. Give me a second here. Try a backdoor to this. There we go. There we go. Yep. Yeah. Here's a fossil of Edmontosaurus regalis, a 12-meter-long duck-billed dinosaur that lived in North America around 73 million years ago. You're looking at the top half of its shoulders, head and neck. Its head is bent over its back in the classic death pose. We call that epistotonic posture. And they misplaced that comma. That should be inside the quotation marks. Editor did not catch that. Not doing their job.
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
TMKDK, thank you for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that, TMK. Thank you, thank you. Great to have you here. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So what is that? A scapula. And then there's something weird going on up here. Like that. On top of its skull, preserved in rock and marked by the white arrow, are the fossilized traces of a crest. It wasn't a hard, bony structure like those of other hadrosaurs. It was soft. This was a dinosaur with a coxcomb, so sort of like, you know, the crest on a rooster that's all made of soft tissue up there. Yeah. And Dave Evans from the University of Toronto says it is an incredible specimen. With its extensive fossil record, Edmontosaurus is generally thought to be one of the very best-known dinosaurs, but will never be that plain, unornamented duck-billed dinosaur ever again. So, pretty cool stuff. Here is a link to that article. So now, in a lot of Edmontosaurus depictions, Edmontosaurus regalis. This is an earlier species of Edmontosaurus than the one that lived with T-Rex. But, who knows? Maybe the one that lived with T-Rex also had that crest on its head. And this, since it is something that's soft tissue, it could be something that only the males had, and the females didn't. And I think this might even be reflected in Jurassic World Evolution. We'll see. But, pretty cool. Pretty cool. And here it is in the game. a pretty excellent depiction of this animal. I'm gonna say this is good. I like it. I like it a lot. And the actual, like, so do you see that row of, like, bumps on the animal's sagittal plane up there, running down its neck and its back and its tail? That is based on another dinosaur that we have called Brachylophosaurus. And we've actually found really similar things on them. So this is pretty excellent. I like this a lot. As with all the dinosaurs, the tail is too wiggly-waggly. It would not have been that flexible in life. These guys actually would have had very stiff tails. Much stiffer than many other dinosaurs. So that part's wrong. But overall, you know, I like this a lot. This is really good. I'm deeply impressed by the Edmontosaurus in Jurassic World Evolution 2. It's good stuff. It's really nice. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and rank this dinosaur. There's our Edmontosaurus there. I could put it in pretty decent, but, you know, I'm going to put it in accurate and compelling. This is only our second S-tier dinosaur here, but I think it deserves it. That's really good. I'm impressed with this, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. Any thoughts about the lump on top of its... What? Wait. We talked about that, Pimp Cat. What? I literally just shared an article about that. Do you have any specific questions, Pimp Cat, about that? Pimp Cat just got here. Okay. Well, here's that link, Pimp Cat. Yeah. Yeah, excellent stuff. Very, very nice. Very nice. Who is next? For E, we have... something aquatic. Elasmosaurus. There we go. Are we going to be able to actually see this animal? It's really dark. Oh, what's wrong with its head and the scales? Not great. I mean, it's not the worst, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't like the crocodile scutes that they put on these animals' backs. These would not have been, you know, like, bumpy animals like that at all. These would have been sleek, streamlined animals perfectly adapted for life in the sea. You know? In the same way that whales don't have all kinds of crazy bells and whistles and bumps and knobs and scutes and armor plates to create drag in the water. These animals didn't either. They were sleek, streamlined critters. Like you see here in Prehistoric Planet.
That's something that few others can provide.
There we go. So the way in which they swim is actually not too dissimilar.
That are particularly smooth, hard, and rounded.
Yeah.
They've been worn by the action of river water, but they're hard to find.
So yeah.
Here, however, in the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, there are plenty of them, and the Tyrannosaurs can take their pick.
That's Tyrannosaurs. The closed captioning got that part wrong. But anyway, yeah. Very, very cool. We do know that these animals actually swallowed gastroliths, swallowed stones like that. Probably for ballast. Since they've got air-filled lungs, they're naturally a little bit too buoyant for their environment. So we think they probably swallowed stones in order to help counteract that. It's pretty neat. But yeah, very smooth, streamlined animals. They didn't have rough backs like you see in here. That is wrong. Maybe they would have had barnacles stuck to them or something, but, yeah, that would not be something they evolved, you know? They're not going to have scutes like that. So Elasmosaurus, it's not a dinosaur. There we go. It goes in the not a dinosaur category. I'm not going to say it's terrible, because it's not terrible. This shouldn't have crocodile-type scutes, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and there you go, Mayor Space. Yes, in crocodiles, those bony scutes, what we call osteoderms, the benefit outweighs the detriment, you know? Because they're still, excuse me, they're still spending a lot of time on land. They're, And Moose Ramowski, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for dropping in there. Appreciate you. Yeah, crocodiles still spend a decent amount of time on land, and they still have to contend with land predators, you know? Like, there are some crocodilian species that actually get actively predated on by other predators, like, you know, jaguars will kill and eat caiman. So having armor like that is a big advantage, because they're still spending time on land. But the thing is, when crocodiles take to the ocean, like they've done multiple times throughout Earth history, like with Metriorhynchus here, we actually had ocean-going crocodiles during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. So these are animals, these are crocodiles that took to the ocean and they became full-time oceanic predators. They never would have come up onto land for their whole lives. They actually gave birth to live young in the water. Rather than laying eggs like all other crocodilians, these guys were fully committed to life in the sea. And they even developed these kind of fishy tail flukes like that. Really cool stuff. So yeah. So when crocodiles do fully commit to life in the sea, they lose their armor plates. It's a big disadvantage to have armor plates like that in the ocean, because it creates a lot of drag. It makes it much more difficult to swim. You lose a lot of energy that way. It's just not worth it. On land, or when you're semi-terrestrial, like modern crocodiles are, it's a good thing. When you're a fully oceanic predator, it's a bad thing. So yeah, does that make sense? Moose says, really enjoying it, learning so much. It's great to have you here. Seriously, thank you for following, and thank you for the kind words. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And there you go, Mr. Snipes. Yeah, slick skin means spending less energy swimming through the water. Exactly. It's much more efficient. You can get to where you're going faster, more efficiently, expending less energy. It's just better all the way around, you know? Yeah. Hey, Digital Deck, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see who's next on our roster. We've got Euoplocephalus. This is going to be interesting because this is an ankylosaur that I don't think is featured in any of the Jurassic World movies or anything else. And so the developers here, the people designing this critter for the game, probably had free reign to actually make it good and cool. So many times they're hamstrung by those knuckleheads who worked on the Jurassic World movies that just botched almost every new dinosaur. These game people, when they have a chance to actually, like, do what they want to do, they tend to do a really good job. Euoplocephalus, even if you don't think you know that dinosaur, you've seen it before. Very often, depictions of Ankylosaurus are not actually of Ankylosaurus. They're of Euoplocephalus. Let me find you a decent depiction of this. That's a pretty... and that's from Jurassic World Evolution? Well, there you go. That's not too shabby. Try and find you another good one. There's a pretty good one there. Yeah. So this is like a classic ankylosaur. That's a really nice one there. Yeah. And Euoplocephalus is well known for having a really complete skull. I actually have a Euoplocephalus skull here in my office. It is right up there. In fact, I should go get that down and show you, because you're gonna want to see that. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah. And Miss Yvette, I think you're probably thinking of Aletapelta. Aletapelta is from the San Diego area, I think. Yeah. This is a relative of Aletapelta. It's also an ankylosaur. But, oh, and there's a big close-up of the animal's head. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah. What a cutie. Let me go get down the, that Euoplocephalus skull, and I'll show you right up close. Give me a second here. Got it. So, behold, a life-size 3D print of a Euoplocephalus skull. And thank you, Moose Ramuski. Really appreciate that. Thank you. This is the skull of Euoplocephalus. This is life-size, by the way. Unlike most dinosaur skulls, which tend to be kind of beautiful works of you know, efficient architecture. They've got all kinds of, like, you know, big fenestrae, windows, openings, flying buttresses, and different support structures. This is just like a solid box of bone. It is... It's like a crash helmet. Sheridanicus, holy cow! Thank you for those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. I think you may have overloaded our Tinamou bird here. I would advise that you slowly back away and take cover.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Sheridanicus is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Sheridanicus. Really appreciate you. Thank you. That's wonderful. Really appreciate your generosity. There's now 10 more people who will not have to watch the ads for the next month, and we're 10 subs closer to our goal. We're 2/3 of the way there for today. Thank you, Sheridanicus. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's excellent. Yeah. I suppose you wouldn't have to take cover if you were a Euoplocephalus. A skull like this. I mean, look at this! So these are dinosaurs that were so well protected that they even had bony eyelids. So, like, they had an eyelid that had a layer of protective bone over it. Which, to me, raises the question, like, what kind of a lifestyle are you leading? What kind of trouble are you getting into on a regular basis? You've got to have armored eyelids. That you actually have, like, selective pressure put upon your species where you would evolve armored eyelids. That's nuts. But they did. Ankylosaurs are amazing like that. Just really, really cool. And I'm excited to work on them. I've actually... My abstract that I was working on this morning for a conference this summer is on ankylosaurs. And on a very interesting aspect of their anatomy and ecology, possibly. Could answer some questions about some long-standing ankylosaur mysteries. So anyway, yeah, Euoplocephalus. This is that classic skull. And, yeah, I'm gonna put this back in a minute. But that's about what the animal would look like in life, you know? Very, very cool. But yeah. And Holy Lifton, thank you for the 4 months of support there.
Every corner of that world.
Really appreciate that, Holy Lifton. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot. It really does. Yeah. Afro Bennett Girl says, Danny, do you only have casts, or is there a fossil or two that you've kept for yourself? Almost everything that I have here in my office, Afro Bennett Girl, is is a replica. That's the way it should be, you know? I would not want to have an actual Euoplocephalus skull here in my office. In fact, I think we only might have one of these in the entire world, you know? If a fossil is scientifically important, then what do we always say about that?
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. I have no interest in keeping dinosaur fossils for myself. If I'm gonna find something, it's gonna be for a museum. You know, for furthering the science of dinosaur paleontology. You know? It's not about fortune and glory. It's not about treasure hunting. It's about, it's about science. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna put this back. Keep an eye on my 3D printer while I'm doing that. Because I'm printing a life-size baby Triceratops skeleton. Should be done, hopefully, within like the next week. Should be done printing. Yeah. Just a minute, I'll be right back. There we go. Ah, okay. Yeah. So yeah. It's crazy to see a skull so solid. Yeah, right? Moose? Holy moly. This is a solid animal. He's thick. Yeah. What a cool critter. Ankylosaurs like these are just amazing, amazing animals. And I know they get a lot of attention, but, yeah. And so anyway, when you look at Ankylosaurus toys, Ankylosaurus models, well shoot, a lot of them are based on the kind of lousy Jurassic Park 3 one, which they also used for Jurassic World. But a lot of other Ankylosaurus models are actually based on Euoplocephalus. Like this one right here, based on Euoplocephalus. This one here, based on Euoplocephalus. This one here, based on Euoplocephalus. Ankylosaurus has actually got kind of a... It's got a different sort of setup to its armor. Ankylosaurus itself looked much more like this. This is my favorite Ankylosaurus depiction from the game Saurian. Just truly beautiful. Really, really nice. But it doesn't have those two big spikes kind of in the middle of its shoulder area, like Euoplocephalus has. Yeah, it's different in that regard. Ankylosaurus. What a cool critter. Whereas Euoplocephalus, there you go. It's got those classic two big spikes right there in the middle of its shoulder area. See those? So I betcha in Jurassic World Evolution we'll also see that there, which, if so, fair point. I'm glad they did that. Anyway, I've been talking a lot. Let me scroll up in chat and see if I missed any vital stuff. White Smoke is here. Are you still here, White Smoke? White Smoke 08 says, "Hi, Danny. Long time no see. Schedules have been a little hard to match up. Glad to see you're doing well." I am, White Smoke. I hope you are, too. It's good to see you. How are things? You still been streaming lately? I hope so. Hope things are good. Man, when they make this dark like this, it's difficult to see what's going on. But that looks like a pretty... I don't like how much the tail is dragging. Which they almost certainly didn't do that. But the shape of the head is really nice. The armor is well rendered. These guys are looking good. These guys are looking good. Yeah. It'd be nice if you had some sort of warning coloration pattern on them, like you see in maybe a Gila monster or something. That would have been a nice touch, but they don't have that. But they do actually have the right shape for the tail club, which is nice. The hind legs are looking too elephantine for my liking. I don't know. When will artists learn not to use elephants as a reference in their dinosaur limbs? It's a completely different setup. Not even sauropod dinosaurs had elephant-like feet. Not like that. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Could be a lot worse. Definitely. Could be better, too. I'm gonna put that, I think, right about there. Inoffensive, but uninspired. You know? It's not terrible, but it's not great either. Yeah. Anyway, it's a lot better than their Ankylosaurus, which is very inaccurate by today's standards. So yeah. Its head is the best part of it. I agree, SB Harkin, yeah. They really got that part right. And their legs did look too squishy, except Kirsten, you're right. You're right. And White Smoke, I'm glad you are doing well. Nice. That's excellent. Great to have you back, White Smoke. Yeah. Yeah. And, Cobraven says, need to check out the alt colors for each species. I'm just doing the standard ones, Cobraven. I'm just doing the standard ones, or else this would take... We've already spent, like, 9 streams doing this. We would be getting through, like, less than 1 dinosaur per stream if I did that, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And, Cymeri says, what should we use as a reference instead? I mean, use the actual skeleton, you know? For dinosaurs like this...
Really spectacular.
Use a skeletal diagram. And thank you, Golganek, for gifting Fall Machine. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a, I think this is a skeletal diagram from Greg Paul of Euoplocephalus. Here's a really good one by Scott Hartman right here. These animals did not have elephant-like hind limbs at all. You know, it's just lazy to make them like that. So, you know, there's lots of paleo artists who actually do really, really quality work in this regard. Look at their references, you know? They produce these drawings specifically, you know, to help out other artists. You know, these are resources that are freely available online. There's no excuse for not looking into them, you know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. But yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I just saw the Dimorphodon at the very bottom of the tier list. Yeah, the Dimorphodon is pretty dog water. It's pretty garbage. Yeah. But yeah. And but yeah. And Moose says that upper leg anatomy is really interesting, isn't it? For Euoplocephalus? Absolutely. They've got these really, really interesting anterior ilia right there. Yeah, I mean, look at that big shield-like ilium. Just huge. And so basically, yeah, that some of their thigh muscles would go from the knee right there to that. You see that stretched over right there? Really big, weird hind limbs like this. Not like an elephant at all. And of course, their feet totally unlike elephant feet. But yeah, interesting stuff, if you ask me. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. And your dog's water is very clean. I'm sure it is. I'm here live. I'm a cat. I probably still wouldn't want to drink it though. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Are they attached to the? Are what attached to the ribs, Golganek? What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. And a big twist in the bones of the lower leg for more muscle surface, too, says Moose. I mean, you mean, like at the bottom of the femur? Right there? Yeah, they do have a pretty big distal femur like that. Yeah. Yeah, very cool stuff. These are really neat animals. Euoplocephalus is such a neat critter. Like, all ankylosaurs are really fascinating, and I think a lot of them get, I don't know. So many different ankylosaur reconstructions, they just use Euplacephalus, and they're like, oh, forget the details, we'll just do a Euplacephalus clone. But there's so much diversity within Ankylosauria. Not just in terms of their armor patterns, but in terms of their proportions, in terms of their dentition. There's some really interesting stuff going on with ankylosaurs that I'm excited to share with you in the nearish future. Stuff that's still unpublished, but stuff that I can neither confirm nor deny that I am working on. But yeah. So yeah. Anyway, we reviewed Crichtonsaurus. We may have Cobraven. That's in the game, isn't it? I think we did look at Crichtonsaurus. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and do their ilia attach to their ribs, like in the figure? Oh, Golganek. Oh, those are not. So the ribs actually go underneath the ilium right there. Yeah, and right here, this is the. Those are spaces in the sacrum.
If it disagrees with experiment,
Alex Vixen,
it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science.
Yes, indeed.
How beautiful your guess is, it doesn't make any difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all.
Thank you, Alex Vixen, for the 14 months of support.
Hey, Danny, hope you had a good New Year.
I did, Alex Vixen. Thank you for your kind words. And that almost a full year of 14 months is a long time. Thank you, Alex Vixen. I appreciate you. Earnestly, I do. Thank you for supporting me for this long. It means a lot to me. It really does. So yeah. Moonrise Rabbit says, how many papers do you work on at a time? I've got 4 going right now. Moonrise Rabbit. And I'm hoping I can get my first one published before I pick up another project, but I'm probably going to be working on about 5 or 6 papers by the time the summer rolls around. So yeah. Yeah. And Sheridanicus, I always thought Ankylosaurus would be a bit like a tortoise, that the underbelly would be easier to get into. Well, it's kind of different because turtles actually have what we call a plastron, so they have like armor plating underneath their on their ventral side, on their stomach side. So let me show you the skeleton of a tortoise. There's a cross-section right there. This is pretty cool. This is the plastron under here, so they actually have a big old armor plate on their underside. Ankylosaurs, for the most part, don't have that. It would be maybe kind of toughened skin. They may have had a few armor scutes down there, but they don't have like a big solid armor plate like turtles do.
Really spectacular noise.
Thank you, Golganak, for gifting Moose. I really appreciate that, Golganak. Just 8 subs left to get to our goal for the day. That's excellent. Thank you, Golganak. Holy cow, Golganak, that's probably a record. That is a lot of gift subs from you. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, this is real. I love this figure, actually. This is so cool because it shows you how the skeleton of a turtle works, where their shell is made of basically like bony armor osteoderms that are fused to the ribs. So part of the shell of a turtle, the carapace up here, is made of modified ribs. There's the spinal column up there. Those are the dorsal centra. So the dorsal vertebrae, the back vertebrae, are up there. And the hips are actually inside of the rib cage, which is really nuts. Really, really weird and cool. So at some point during turtle evolution, the hips actually had to move into underneath the rib cage. Really fascinating stuff. Yeah. And thank you, anonymous gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. Cassie K got one. Very nice. Yeah. So anyway, turtles are really weird and cool. And chylosaurs, their skeletons work differently. They don't have that big armor plate underneath or anything. And so you could say...
Your cousin, Marvin Berry. You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Anne-Marie K. Author, thank you so much for your raid.
Anne-Marie K. Author has
And welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for those 100 bits, Miss Yvette. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Anne-Marie, how did your stream go? It looks like you were doing some Little Misfortune. I actually know that game.
Really spectacular. Spared no.
Sheridanicus gifted Z99
Yeah.
a subscription. Sheridanicus gifted a tier 1.
That's with, what does she say? Oh, fancy. I saw iOS play that game a while ago. It's funny, most of my video game knowledge comes from iOS.
Really spared no expense.
But yeah, there you go, White Smoke. Yeah, iOS played that one. That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Anonymous user gifted a tier 1.
And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Texas Cryptid. Thank you, Sheridanicus, for that gift sub there, too. Really appreciate that. We've only got 5 gift subs left to reach our goal for the day. Excellent. Yeah. It's a good game. I'm glad you had fun with it, Anne-Marie. I really am. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your raid. Thanks for bringing everybody here. Let's see. Did I miss a question up here? Let's see.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Anonymous gifted White Smoke 08 a subscription. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting White Smoke. That is brilliant. Appreciate that, Anonymous. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Excellent stuff. And let's see. And Muemla talking about radiometric dating. Did I miss that? Did White Smoke have a question about radiometric dating? Yeah. Carbon-14 dating, for instance, doesn't work on dinosaurs because they're far too old. The half-life is far too short for carbon-14 dating. Dinosaur bones in general, like, we can't do radiometric dating directly on them. We've got to do, Andrew Holding, thank you for the raid. And welcome to Paleontologizing.
Are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Andrew Holding, how did your stream go? Welcome to Paleontologizing. What's shaking with you? It's good to see you here. Yeah. And welcome, Leah X. Thanks for raiding in with Andrew Holding. Thank you, Haroon Wolf.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean,
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. Yeah. And Lily Scuria Day. Do we have a squirrel fan here? Lily, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. Yeah. Righty Plays. How are you doing? Thank you for saying hello. Yeah, excellent stuff.
This is Laura Dern.
And
digging up
Kimberlina
dinosaurs is
Tutu.
hard, frustrating work. It takes
Thank you for
months
being
or
here.
years. So leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Lily Scuria Day, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome, everybody. It's great to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, natural history, any of that good stuff. That's what we're all about here. Thank you, White Smoke, for gifting Wimla. Really appreciate that. An interesting, White Smoke, you're working at a nuclear reactor now. We have a group in the facility now that does radioisotope dating for old artifacts. Very cool. They call it archaeometry. I always wondered if they do anything similar for fossils, for exact dating, and I've always meant to ask you if you knew anything about that. I do know a bit about that. I'm not a geochronologist myself, White Smoke, but I've been in the field with some geochronologists before, in the latest Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation in Montana. Actually, yeah, here. let's see if I can find this. Cretaceous Paleogene Extinction Event. Paul Rennie is the geochronologist who helped us to figure out the exact date of the asteroid impact at the very end of the Cretaceous period. And let's see, approximately 66 million years ago. And I think, let's see, well, let me just look up his name. Do a Control F there. Yeah, in a 2013 paper, Paul Rennie of the Berkeley Geochronology Center dated the impact at 66.043 plus or minus 11,000 years ago. Based on argon dating. Thank you for those beds, Cobra Event. Really appreciate that. That's excellent. So yeah, argon dating. Argon has got it's got some isotopes that have a much longer half-life than what your colleagues are using there for like archaeological dating. But yeah. And this was invented to kind of take the place of, I think, potassium argon dating. But yeah. Anyway, so we can't actually date the bones directly. What we have to do is usually find an ash bed. So just like today, back in the ancient past, there were volcanoes that would go off, and you know, when the ash would settle from that, it would form like a fine layer on the ground, and that would contain. Thank you, Dr. Sapphira, for the follow. That ash would contain zircons, which are like little volcanic crystals that have radioactive isotopes inside of them. And so basically, it's like a beautiful little time capsule there. And if you can find a fresh ash layer, take some samples of it, you can actually figure out kind of, you know, how long the clock has been ticking since it was first deposited. So if you want to date a particular dinosaur fossil, you try and find an ash bed below and above it so you can bracket that in time. And if we get really lucky, then we can find a dinosaur skeleton that's kind of bracketed. Maybe a few meters above and a few meters below, you'll find two different ash layers. And you can use those to come up with like an exact date for how long ago those bones were buried. And Leah X, thank you for the follow. Welcome. That's great to have you here. So yeah. You've actually dug up dinosaur bones? Well, shoot. Now is the time that I'm going to introduce to you previously recorded Danny, and he will talk about how I dig up dinosaur fossils. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and bring him on board. In fact, he's walking up behind me right now. We're going to let him take things away. The floor is yours, previously recorded Danny.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary, and Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist, and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places. identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion. And now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to all of those raiders who came in. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you again, Anne-Marie K. Author, Andrew Holding, and all the raiders who came along with them. Thank you. Really appreciate you. I really need to make some updated versions of that video. They take so long to do, though, you know? I've been so busy with science and other stuff lately. Yeah. As Lordy was pointing out, that video was from 2020, and I've done a bunch of field work since then. This past summer I was working in Utah with the Utah Geological Survey under Don DeBlue and Jim Kirkland. And, yeah. Anyway, Lordy, it's great to see you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. How did your cooking go? I hope it was great. Thank you for saying hello. And if anybody's not yet following Lordy, you're missing out. You really are. So go check out her channel. But yeah. You like this updated video? No, this is not a video right now. This is live after a bit. I'm kidding. No, that video is not updated. That's actually the first of the welcome videos I ever made back in, it was like June of 2020 that I made that. So yeah. Lordy says it went great. Didn't take long to do our cooking, so it was a short stream. Sometimes those short, sweet streams are where it's at, you know? Well, what I know about that, though, streams always go a long time. And yeah, nowadays I stream 5 days a week for anybody who's new. So you can catch me every weekday at around 1 or 2 p.m. California time. Used to be 2 p.m. last year, but you've been creeping up on a 1 p.m. now in the year 2023 so far. I think I might like that. I think I might like streaming a little bit earlier. So yeah. And Moose says 8 months frontline healthcare, not 1 day off during the pandemic. Oh shoot. Yeah. Oh man, Moose. I'm glad you don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, I'm definitely doing better in 2023. Yeah. And let's get a more upbeat song here. And we'll look at our next dinosaur for our tier list right here. We've been ranking the different dinosaurs and non-dinosaur critters. All these guys. From Jurassic World Evolution 2. And next up, we have got, I'm guessing probably Gallimimus? Getting into the G's. Yeah, there you go, Gallimimus. Let's take a look at these critters. And oh boy. Not great. Really kind of not great. Unfortunately, this is one of those situations where the artists working on the game are kind of hamstrung by the films. And the Gallimimus in the Jurassic World films looks really lousy, honestly. It's not very good. It was a lot better in the 1993 Jurassic Park. Not only did they look more realistic and more convincing, but it was a more accurate portrayal of those animals, too. So, let's see if I can find that, actually. Where is that scene from 1993's Jurassic Park? There we go. Yeah. I'm not going to run the audio, because when I put the VOD up on YouTube, it'll get clapped for that. But there you go, Gallimimus. These critters, this is so well done for 1993. It really is. Yeah. Flocking this way. Really, really well done. And the sizing is even correct, too. Like, it feels like they made them smaller in Jurassic World for some reason. Somebody told me once that the Universal Pictures, Amblin Entertainment, whatever, they actually lost the models and everything that they used for these animals back in 1993, which is why they look so lousy in 2015's Jurassic World. They really look like garbage. And, yeah. Jurassic World Gallimimus. Yeah, they look like all lizardy and just... Ugh. And they've got, like, the gross pronated wrists and stuff, and they're just... all wrong! All wrong! They also look hokier than they did in 1993. Like, I don't know how they managed to make the CGI look worse than it did in 1993. You know, 22 years later, the CGI got worse. Oh. I don't know. But anyway, let's look at some good depictions of Gallimimus. Gallimimus bullatus. Gallimimus means chicken mimic. And, yeah, the ornithomimid dinosaurs, they generally have that suffix mimus at the end, which means mimic. And I'll try and find you. That's an excellent Gallimimus there. Really nice. We now know that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. So having a featherless Gallimimus in Jurassic World in 2015, it's like having a featherless chicken running around. Like, why? Why make that lousy? Anyway, there's another pretty good one there. I guess, yeah. A little skinny. Gallimimus is a bit chunkier than the other ornithomimosaurs by virtue of being larger. Generally, the larger you get, kind of the chunkier you have to be to support your body weight. That's pretty excellent Gallimimus there, too. One like this, raising its arms like that. That's nice. That's nice. I like it. So anyway, the one of my favorite depictions of an ornithomimid nowadays, though, is from the game Saurian. There we go. Ah, like this. Just gorgeous. Really, really well done. This is basically what these animals should look like, in my opinion. We have got direct evidence of feathering on these critters. We know that they had feathers. So there's no excuse for not putting feathers on them nowadays. There's really, really not. And they are a lot like an emu. These are often called the ostrich mimic dinosaurs. After Struthiomimus, whose name means ostrich mimic. It's one of the better known members of this family. So, yeah. Those meat-eating dinosaurs, Metosauruses, Afro-Banana Girl. These guys are probably mostly herbivorous. They've got toothless beaks, and anytime a dinosaur doesn't have any teeth, it does provide something of a challenge trying to figure out what they actually ate. Because usually teeth are like our number one clue as to what the diet is for that critter. So when they don't have teeth, it makes it tricky. But these guys probably mostly ate plants, maybe fruit, maybe small animals too. Maybe they'd gobble up a lizard or a little mammal. Maybe these guys were eating our ancestors, you know? Mesozoic mammals at the time. Maybe eating insects. Basically whatever suits their fancy, you know? Yeah. Jurassic, I don't even know what that is, spicy pizza rolls. But welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Dentition denotes diet. It's true, leg kick. It's true. And welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before, leg kick. Thanks for being here. You're right. Teeth are like kind of our number one clue as to what an extinct animal might have been eating. That's part of my, the research abstract that I was working on this morning, which now I just got some feedback on it from my co-author. I need to make some more adjustments to it, and I need to make a figure tomorrow morning too. So I'll be working on that. So yeah, I'll try and start early so I can start the stream at a decent hour. Yeah. Oh, they've given the ability to give the raptor, which looks like Deinonychus, mount feathers. That's cool, Alex Vixen. That's very cool. Glad to hear that. Yeah. So anyway, the Gallimimus in Jurassic World Evolution. Again, this is the poor artists in this game are hamstrung by just how lousy the designs are in the movie. You know? Like, they should have had the team that designed the creatures for the game design them for the movie, because they would have done a much better job. You know? Disappointing. So yeah, the Gallimimus here, honestly, lousy. It's bad. Rippets, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate you, Rippets. Thank you for your ongoing support. Welcome back. Yeah. So yeah, Edobot says, I've seen chickens gobble up mice. I'm guessing most of these animals were opportunity eaters. Probably, yeah. Like, any critter that doesn't have teeth like that is probably gonna... Even a lot of animals that do have teeth they've got teeth adapted for herbivory, for eating plants. Even they will occasionally eat small animals, too. Or if there's, like, a carcass of another animal in front of them, sometimes they'll go over and chomp on it for a while. 'Cause it's sometimes hard to get all of your, you know, your vital nutrients and minerals and stuff just from a plant diet. If you're an animal living out in the wild, you know? So sometimes, you know, I've, you know, seen videos of deer chewing on bones and stuff like that to get that calcium. They'll eat small animals too if they find something and it's right there. It's like quick protein. Like, yeah, I'll snarf that up. All of a bit of that, you know? They'll scarf it down. These guys are probably doing the same thing, but like on a regular basis. They're probably eating whatever they want, whatever they happen across, they'll eat. It's probably mostly going to be plants, but as likely opportunists, they'll eat whatever's in front of them. So yeah, yeah. So, and yeah, there you go, Mr. Snipes. Yeah, iguanas will eat things like eggs. They'll eat birds. They'll eat dead birds. They'll eat other small lizards. Iguanas will eat mice and stuff like that if given the chance. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Edobot, there you go. Yeah. But yeah. XF Kirsten says the goats in Olympic National Park used to harass hikers because they followed people for the salt in their urine. Really? Okay. Yeah. Go Braven. Yes, Go Braven. Let's see. Where was that?
This science. Getting hungry, Jimmy?
Mr. McClure, I have a crazy friend who says it's wrong to eat meat. Is he crazy?
No, just ignorant. You see, your crazy friend never heard of the food chain. Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature, one creature invariably eats another to survive. Don't kid yourself, Jimmy. If a cow ever got the chance, he'd eat you and everyone you care about.
Wow, Mr. McClure, I was the grade A moron to ever question meat.
Yes, you were, Jimmy. Yes, you were.
You're hurting me.
Anyway. I need to turn that into an alert. Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that. That's gonna be a new alert. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. But critters like this would probably eat just about anything they came across, you know? Big old ornithomimids like this. Or like our Gallimimus, which, honestly, in Jurassic World Evolution, this is a really lousy portrayal. Like, yeah. I'm gonna put it right here on our list. It's not gonna be downright embarrassing like the Archaeornithomimus, because at least this one appeared in the Jurassic World movie, and the artist making the game probably had orders to make it look exactly like it did in the movie. So they're hamstrung. They have to make it look lousy. It's got to be movie accurate, which means that it's inaccurate and boring. So yeah, anyway. It'd be lovely if they could actually run with these critters and make them cool like that, you know? So yeah. Anyway. When we rename Gallus to Gallimimus Mimus, Lenina? No, I don't think... Well, you could petition the ICZN for that. You know, the governing body on, you know, rules for animal names, but something tells me they're not going to be very sympathetic to that idea. Gallus is a very well-known animal, and they're not going to change it on a whim. So yeah. And thank you, Alex Vixen. Let's see, what's this about? Oh, cool. Thank you, Alex Vixen. Neat. I'll check that out later. Let's see who's next in the game here. And there you go, Lenina. Next up, Geosternbergia, which I think we used to call Pteranodon. Not Pteranodon Ingens, Pteranodon Sternbergi, I think, right? Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Oh, it's so dark, I can barely see it. But that's... Oh, I actually like this depiction. It's kind of nice. You know, it's got some things wrong with it for sure in terms of the proportions and stuff. And I think it's because they have to make it look like the other pterosaurs, but that's really not bad. Like, I do like this. And did it just do a quad launch thing? It did. Oh, that's nice. You know what? It's easy when we're ranking our pterosaurs in this game, because we only have 2 categories for them. And shoot, this one isn't even on here. Is it? Maybe it's toward the end over here? This might be a recent addition. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So, it's not a dinosaur. So, fair enough. But it doesn't fall into the not a dinosaur plus it's terrible category. It's a little too good for that, you know? It's better than the Dimorphodon or... Was this Tenosaurus or Tropiognathus? I forget who that was. It was lousy, too. Geosternbergia, not too shabby, you know? Kind of like it. Kind of like it. Yeah. But yeah. And Cobraven, everyone who has played Jurassic World Evolution knows Struthi is a... Is there a Struthiomimus in here? Is that it there? It should have feathers. What? Anyway, we're not ranking it based on whether it's powerful in the game or anything. We're ranking them based on what matters for dinosaurs. Authenticity, you know? How compelling these are as animals. That's why we've got, you know, I took pains to define our terms here. Right there. With each of these, so. Yeah, we've got a rubric, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's see who's next. Scoot through here. Giganotosaurus. Oh, boy. It's gonna look lousy like it did in the movie, isn't it? Oh, boy. You know, no. What? It looks better than it did in the movie. Did this come out before the movie came out? Once again, the tail is too wiggly-waggly, but that's... Every dinosaur in the game is like that, unfortunately. That's not a terrible Giganotosaurus. I like that, actually. Nice. It's not too shabby. Give me just a second here. Yeah. What was I saying about how the artists who made the game, they should have been in charge of designing the dinosaurs for the films? For the new Jurassic World films? It's a shame they didn't have that job because they would have done a better job than the movie people did. Oh boy. So Giganotosaurus. We don't actually have all that much material from this animal. Our new Carcharodontosaurid, just described last year, called Meraxes, we have a lot more material from that animal. There's a Giganotosaurus skeleton with the arms. Woo. The arms are like halfway up its neck for some reason. It's not a good mount. Oh boy. What's... Why? Why? The arms should be like right here. But they're... It's like... not great. Not great. Oh boy. Anyway. There's a Mark Whitten drawn Giganotosaurus, and that's pretty decent. I like that a lot. Yeah. Got a sauropod carcass. Just carrying it around like, you know, like a dog carries a piece of driftwood out on the beach. Yeah. Anyway, Giganotosaurus. Cool dinosaur. Slightly larger than Tyrannosaurus, although it's probably more lightweight. It's slightly longer than Tyrannosaurus, you could say. It's a big animal, Giganotosaurus. There it is compared to a person. Back at Montana State University, where I went to school, my undergrad, we had a Giganotosaurus skull hanging in the lobby of the Earth Sciences Department. Looked a lot like this, although it wasn't painted as nicely as this. That's a really nice one. But I'm sure it was made from that same mold. Anyway, Giganotosaurus is a cool dinosaur. Yeah. And, you know, its depiction in here, not terrible. Better than it was in the Jurassic World Dominion film. Like, I like this a lot better. And that one there, they like... I don't know. They didn't really capture what makes Giganotosaurus Giganotosaurus. So here it is in the movie. And they just make it look really, like, generic and monster-like. It's got the crocodile scutes thing going on down its tail, which really honestly doesn't make sense. From a phylogenetic standpoint, we've got no reason to think these guys would have had crocodile scutes on their bodies. Doesn't make any sense. And the head is, like, not even necessarily the right shape either. So for Giganotosaurus, we've got... You look at the top skeleton there, the parts in white are the parts that we actually have from this animal. Yeah. It does have that kind of truncated distal dentary right there. Just kind of like comes to a stop. Just right there. And do we see that in the Jurassic World Dominion depiction? Not really. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. So the one in the game is better than it is. It's got that truncated distal chin there. I like this a lot better than the one from the movie. It's much better. So yeah. Anyway. Mayor Space says they wanted it to look distinct from the Tyrannosaurus to your average 50-year-old movie exec. Yeah. Yeah. There's a video about that. I'll see if I can find a clip where he's not cussing. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't know if I can... Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we can watch this. It's not going to be family friendly. Yeah. Well, hang on.
We got stars, remember? You give me stars, I'll making this movie. Movies don't come from words on paper. Movies come from here. From here!
Anyway, yeah. Yeah. But let's see here. And from here, Kuchira, yes. Did I see the post-movie version in the... I did not know that existed, Bubsy. No. Yeah. And, Edobot says, I need a drawing of this fella wearing a trench coat and a hat, talking about the dinosaur. Incognito style with the name Giganotosaurus. There you go. But yeah. I don't know who that is, Raptor. This guy's an actor, you know?
You gotta have the brains to know who the stars are. You gotta have the ball.
Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, watch this on your own time. This is from the Onion Talks series, which is, it's hilarious. Anyway, every time I think of movie executives nowadays, that's my, that's my internal picture. So yeah. Anyway, our Giganotosaurus here, better than in the movie. Holy cow, I like it. I like it a lot, actually. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's inspired, but, it's better than what they had in the film. So let's give the people making on that game their due credit there. I'm gonna say, pretty decent for Giganotosaurus there. Yeah. I would put it as inoffensive but uninspired, but you know what? They get points for it being better than what the movie people came up with, So yeah. Yeah. Cobra Raven says Tom Cruise from Tropic Thunder. I've not seen that movie all the way through. I don't even remember that part. No, maybe I kind of do. Yeah. It was weird. For once, Tom Cruise wasn't playing Tom Cruise in that movie. He always plays Tom Cruise in all the movies, For once, he was like, a character. Anyway. Gigant Spinosaurus, which is not a Spinosaur. It's a weirdo stegosaur. And this is an animal that is really confusing and mysterious. This is another one of those like weirdo stegosaurs from China, and we don't really know what's going on with it because I think some of the really important fossils that were dug up in like the 40s or 50s have since been lost. So like a lot of the material that should show what this animal actually looked like, we don't have anymore. Gigant Spinosaurus. Yeah. Let's go back to the literature and let's look at what this animal, what we actually know of it. I don't like right here that it looks like a kind of a poor plastic stegosaurus, It's got this kind of like, kind of this hangdog posture. It looks like this. It looks like this. Where it's just like, just kind of walking around, its head's all slumped down to the ground, tail is drooping. This is not what stegosaurs should look like. Stegosaurs, from what we understand about them now, are honestly like much narrower side to side. They're kind of upright, stately, sprightly critters. Head kind of held much higher than right there. Yeah, like, trying to find you a decent, like, Kentrosaurus showing this. That's not a bad one at all. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Much more upright, Much more alert. More dynamic looking. Much less like this. much more like this. Yeah. There's a lovely one there, too. Oh, man, this is actually the one I was thinking of. Yes. Yeah, so Gigant Spinosaurus. Let's look up that critter. And yes, it is Gigant Spinosaurus, not Gigantospinosaurus. Gigant Spinosaurus. There's a skeletal mount at a museum in China, the Zigong Dinosaur Museum. I really do wonder how much of this is based on real fossil material, though. Beautiful mount, but how much of that's based on real stuff? Let's see. The name was generally considered a nomen nudum in the West, which is a name that doesn't really have a proper description behind it. Until in 2006, it was disclosed that the abstract contained a sufficient description. So it may not have actually been translated out of Chinese. Yeah. For better or for worse, English really is it's kind of the world language for dinosaur science. I'm incredibly lucky as a native English speaker that I don't have to learn a second language to be able to engage in dinosaur paleontology. But most of the world's population would probably need to do that, you know? Yeah. So a lot of dinosaurs that were named back in, like, the 50s and stuff. Actually, no, this one was found back in 1985. Shoot. I'm thinking of, like, Twajangosaurus and Chunkingosaurus and dinosaurs like that I think were named a lot earlier. I guess Gigantospinosaurus was a lot later than that. Here is a skeletal diagram showing what we actually have from this animal. It looks like they mounted the arms way forward on that critter. Why is that? Just like with our Giganotosaurus, the arms almost look too far forward. And this looks to me a lot like Huayangosaurus. Yeah. Especially that skull there. We don't actually know what the skull of this animal would have looked like. And look at those big, ridiculous, gigantic spines, hence Gigant Spinosaurus. It's big things coming off of the shoulder blades right there. Really nuts. Yeah. Relatively small dorsal plates and greatly enlarged shoulder spines. That's an understatement. These things are crazy huge, just ridiculous. Like, what are you even doing with those? Why? It's nuts. Gigant Spinosaurus, what's up with you? Yeah. Shoulder spines are twice the length of the shoulder blades. That is, that's pretty nuts. Here's a lovely depiction of that dinosaur in among some of its contemporaries. In the, Middle Jurassic? Let's see. Middle to late Jurassic. Okay. Yeah. So we don't really know a whole lot about this animal. But yeah, like it says here, missing elements after Huayangosaurus and Chunkingosaurus. You would want to look at those dinosaurs, you know, to kind of fill in the gaps for those parts of the skeleton that we are missing. And Huayangosaurus. Lousy Jurassic World ones with dumb elephant feet. There's a better Huayangosaurus right there. There's a nice one there too. I like that. I like the bright colors on the plates and the spikes. That's nice. Serves as a display feature, a deterrent to predators. I don't know why in the Jurassic World movies and games and everything else, why they don't make the plates and spikes brightly colored. That's the whole point of evolving these features in the first place, is to show off. And then maybe to back up that that display with some real force behind it, you know? But if you can avoid getting into a fight in the first place, you're gonna do it, and I don't know. This is nice, but they've actually got stripes on them. Again, it's hard to see. Overall, I don't know. That seems like it's probably a pretty meh kind of portrayal for Gigant Spinosaurus. That's gonna go right there. Yeah. It's not bad enough where I can call it inaccurate and boring. It's just meh. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's see here. It was designed by Hugo Boss. Ugh, Gojira, yeah. Anyway, let's get rid of those tabs. Let's see who's next. I think it was Herrerasaurus. Let's take a look. Yeah, Herrerasaurus, which we were talking about Herrerasaurus earlier on in this broadcast, and that animal is, we're still not entirely sure what's going on with it, you know? Is it an early dinosaur? Is it just a very dinosaur-like archosaur? What's going on with that creature? I don't like the pronated wrists there. That's lousy. Really don't like that. The shape of the head is not terrible. It's a little generic looking. Herrerasaurus has got some big, ridiculous teeth on it, and I don't know if they kind of show that. I don't know. It doesn't call as much attention to itself as I would like to see, I suppose. I don't know. It looks a little too similar to their, like, Velociraptor portrayal for my liking. The idea that you could ever get those two animals confused is... It hurts me, you know? These are very different critters. So, Herrerasaurus... There we go. Here was a depiction of this dinosaur that we were looking at earlier. Yep. Which is honestly better than how it looks in Jurassic World Evolution. Yeah. There's that poor Rhynchosaur and yowza. Yeah. So Herrerasaurus. Herrerasaurus is such an early dinosaur that we're like not even 100% sure that it really was indeed a dinosaur. It's primitive, basal enough that we're not 100% sure of its affinities. There's a lovely depiction of this animal. Oh, I like that. Not with the dumb pronated wrists, like in. And that's lousy. That this is one of the first images that you get in Google Images. Yeah. That's a much better picture of Herrerasaurus. If I were to see this, you know, if you were just to show me this image and ask me, Danny, what is that dinosaur? I'd say, oh yeah, it looks like a Herrerasaurus to me, or some kind of Herrerasaurid dinosaur. Yeah. For many years, the classification of Herrerasaurus was unclear because it was known from very fragmentary remains. It was thought to be a basal theropod, basal sauropod, basal saurischian, or not a dinosaur at all, but another type of archosaur. Yeah. Anyway, there is that classic skull right there. And big ol' honkin' teeth on that. It's got very large teeth in proportion to its skull. At least in the front, up by the, up at the anterior maxilla there. Yeah. Yeah, reconstruction of the animal. And there's some size comparisons there with a human person. There we go. So yeah. Yeah.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And thank you, Booty Raider. Didn't you follow already, Booty Raider? Anyway, welcome. How are you doing? Maybe you unfollowed by mistake. But yeah. Doesn't Herrera mean iron or blacksmith in Spanish? I'm not sure, Invisible Dimensions. I know that Herrerasaurus is named after a goat herder, I think. Let's look it up. Here. Let's see. Discovery. Herrerasaurus. Oh, yeah. Was named by paleontologist Osvaldo Rey after Victorino Herrera, an Andean goat herd who first noticed its fossils in outcrops in the city of San Juan, Argentina in 1959. So, yep, named after a goat herd. I don't know what Herrera actually means in Spanish, if that directly translates to something, but it's named after, you know, a goat herd, a shepherd, basically. Very cool. So yeah. And if not a dinosaur, what would it be? It would be like a very dinosaur-like archosaur. So there's a chance that it could be something like, who am I thinking of? Shoot. Euparkeria. There we go. So like this critter, not a dinosaur. Yeah. There are some other critters that are pretty close to dinosaurs, but aren't quite. Like silosaurs. Could be something... Herrerasaurus, I think, is very unlikely to be a silosaur. And these guys might actually be dinosaurs. They might actually be ornithischian dinosaurs. But the thing is, when you get into, like, the very base of the dinosaur family tree, it starts to get complicated and, like, I don't know, the closer you get to the bottom, the hazier it gets as to, like, what is a true dinosaur and what's just a very dinosaur-like reptile. You know, a very dinosaur-like archosaur. And I'm trying to find you a cladogram that'll work here, or a phylogeny. Let's see. Archosaur phylogeny. This might be tricky. Now, let me just try and find you a dinosauromorph image. So there are a lot of critters that were very closely related to dinosaurs, but they weren't quite dinosaurs themselves. There's like this. And like... No, that actually is a dinosaur. What is that critter? What's that supposed to be? Well, anyway, there were some dinosaurs that were, some critters that looked a lot like dinosaurs, but weren't quite dinosaurs. Like these guys. And there's a chance that Herrerasaurus is just a particularly large animal from one of these groups, you know? That's not quite a dinosaur. But I don't know, the general consensus nowadays is that Herrerasaurus probably is a dinosaur, like a legitimate dinosaur. But the thing is, the closer and closer you get to the origin of dinosaurs, the hazier it gets, you know? So yeah. Nerf herder, says Moimla. But yeah. And Herrera literally does translate as blacksmith. Oh! So Juan Herrera is like John Smith. Good year, that makes some sense. It's a very common name. Yeah. But yeah, and Booty Raider says, I'm still astounded by the fact that they roamed the earth. Where did they even come from? Well, they came from critters that looked like, these. Yeah. Like Lagurpiton. Critters like that. So dinosaurs evolved from earlier archosaurs. You know? Critters that looked like those. We know that the very earliest dinosaurs have looked something like this, like little Eoraptor here. The very first dinosaurs that we have ran on 2 legs, like this. They walked upright on their hind limbs, and they were meat eaters. There's a lovely Eoraptor right there. I love this depiction. That's really, really nice. Ah, beautiful. So all dinosaurs start off like this. This is the ancestor of all the other dinosaurs. You could trace Dinosauria, all of it, back to a single common ancestor, and it would have looked a lot like this. This is one of the earliest dinosaurs we have thus far, called Eoraptor, whose name means dawn thief or dawn hunter. Yeah. Very appropriate name. So all of the, dinosaurs start off being bipedal and meat-eating. And only later do some dinosaur groups go vegetarian. They become herbivorous. And some of them, the front of their body gets bigger and bulkier, their forelimbs get bigger and bulkier, they start walking around on 4 legs. And that's where you get your, later on you get your horned dinosaurs. Triceratops is a good example. They had to walk on 4 legs. Some of the hadrosaurs and iguanodontians mostly had to walk on 4 legs. The big 4-legged sauropod dinosaurs with their long necks and tails, they have to walk on 4 legs as well. But those are like, it's something that they had to evolve, It didn't start off that way. They started off looking like this. So yeah. And Rex the Pigeon says Eoraptor could have already had feathers? Absolutely, Rex the Pigeon, yeah. So that's the thing, is that for a long time we've wondered about, when exactly did feathers evolve? Here you see, a really simple filamentous feathering there. Just basically looks like little hairs. We think that may have actually evolved before the first dinosaurs did. That might go back further in time to the ancestors of the dinosaurs. Let me show you. There we go. Because pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, we know they had some kind of fuzzy coating on their bodies. Like that right there. And for a long time we've wondered, where did that come from? We used to call these pycnofibers. I guess we still do call them pycnofibers. And we thought maybe they evolved them independently of dinosaurs. Maybe these guys evolved this hair-like stuff, and then dinosaurs evolved hair-like filaments that eventually develop into true feathers in some lineages. But it could be that at its base it's the same feature. It could be the same structure. And that both pterosaurs and dinosaurs inherited that structure from their ancestors. Yeah. So anyway, in this paper, this is a press release here, but it's a press release for a paper in which they looked at the microstructure of those filaments in pterosaurs, and they go, holy cow, these look a lot like primitive feathers. So did pterosaurs have feathers? Let's see. Their investigation revealed that the base of the crest was rimmed by feather, including hair-like feathers and branched varieties. The latter feathers appeared to have a central rachis with barbs emerging from it, similar to modern birds, but without the barbules. Yeah, we didn't expect to see this at all. For decades, paleontologists have argued about whether pterosaurs had feathers. The feathers in our specimen close off that debate for good, as they are very clearly branched all the way along their length, just like birds today. So if they are correct about this, and there's still a lot of argument about this, it's not settled yet, but if they're correct, then that means that the origin of feathers predates the dinosaurs. It would go back to the common ancestor that dinosaurs and these guys, pterosaurs, had. Does that make sense? So to go back to our let's see, our Archosaur phylogeny here. Let's annotate this. Yeah, this is what we call a phylogeny, a family tree, evolutionary family tree. Everything here that you see is an archosaur. These are all archosaurs, the group of reptiles that dinosaurs belong to. Dinosaurs start off right here, so everything that evolves from that ancestor is a dinosaur. When I was saying that maybe Herrerasaurus wasn't a dinosaur, that would mean that, like, it branched off right here. Before we actually get to Dinosauria. But anyway, we thought before that maybe feathers evolved, like, basically at the base of Dinosauria, because we've got ornithischian dinosaurs that have feathers, and then theropod dinosaurs that have feathers. So yeah, we thought maybe feathers arose somewhere about there. But since pterosaurs might also have feathers, that could push the evolution of feathers all the way back to here, where pterosaurs split from the critters that will become dinosaurs. So, where pterosaurs and dinosaurs split right there, that could mean that this critter actually had feathers.
Full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Which is a really cool idea. Thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. Holy moly.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Thank you, Moonrise Rabbit. I really, really appreciate that. 5 gift subs from Moonrise Rabbit. And we have now exceeded our sub goal thanks to Moonrise Rabbit and everybody else who gifted subs today. So thank you for that. That's extraordinary. It really is. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Runelorse is very interesting. Moonrise Rabbit wants to know, so birds are pterosaurs? No, they're not. No. Let me show you. Yeah. So pterosaurs are right here. To be a pterosaur, you have to evolve, you know, from this ancestor right here. So pterosaurs are only right here. Birds are way over there. So birds are Maniraptoran dinosaurs, Maniraptoriformes. They're also Coelurosaurs. It's like a Russian nesting doll. They're Tetnurans. They're Theropods. They're Saurischians. Does that make sense? I'm sorry these lines are so messy. And they're dinosaurs. But birds are not pterosaurs because they're not part of that group. Does that make sense? Birds right here are dinosaurs because they're within Dinosauria. They're not within Pterosauria. Does that make sense? Nope. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, and moose, of course. Yeah, this is called a phylogeny. I'll even spell it for you. Yeah. Phylogeny comes from the word phylum or phyla, which means like family. Jenny is, I guess that's like generational ancestry. Anyway, it's an evolutionary family tree. See, it's a tree. It's got branches. You get it? Yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Phylogeny. Well, I guess you'd call it a phylogenetic tree. Phylogeny itself is just like the study of like ancestry and how critters are related to each other. Phylogenetic tree is what that is. Also called a phylogeny or an evolutionary tree. Here is a link there. So yeah, you can kind of... Yeah, you can use these terms interchangeably. Phylogenetic tree, or phylogeny as a noun, or evolutionary tree. Yeah. So there's one with bacteria, archaea, and eukaryota. And so yeah, we... Come on. Put image in new tab. We're up here in the animals, so we're dinosaurs up there. And then there's all these other kinds of life on Earth. Lots of different kinds of bacteria and archaea. There's animals, fungi, and plants are all over here. So, for instance, animals are more closely related to fungi and to plants than they are to, say, spirochetes or gram-positive bacteria who are way over here. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and you're good, Moose. Thank you for the great question. It's always, this stuff is important, and the thing is, this almost never gets taught in schools, too. Like, most, even though these are, like, the fundamental principles in biology, the idea of, you know, evolution and common descent, and this almost never gets taught in schools, in the United States, at least. Because people like creationists fight so hard to keep it out of the curriculum. So most Americans never learn about this stuff ever, unless maybe they go to college and then they take some biology classes. But then this is like, that's biology 101, you know? This is the most fundamental thing in biology. But in most American schools, teachers aren't really, like, encouraged to or even allowed to teach real biology. You know, to teach some of the fundamental aspects of biology like this. Yeah, you talk to a biologist and they're all about this stuff, obviously. But kids aren't learning this in school for the most part. We've got a really broken education system in that sense. Yeah, you were lucky to learn it in California? Nice, Freya. I'm glad you were able to. Yeah. And it's the same there in Italy? Yeah, Rax. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. And Ranting Loon wants to know what cladistics is. So cladistics is basically like a way of studying phylogeny. So, you basically use like a numbers system to make phylogenetic trees and stuff. Let's find the article for cladistics. It's an approach to biological classification in which organisms are categorized in groups based on hypotheses of the most recent common ancestry. So yeah, but they're not really talking about the... Like, there's ones and zeros involved for how you create... like how you do a cladistic analysis. I wonder if we can find a quick video. Cladistics intro. This'll work. We've watched this before, but it's important stuff, so we'll watch it again. Yeah, here we go.
He knows a lot about the science stuff, Professor Dave explains.
Okay.
In the biology series, we learned about phylogeny and the tree of life.
Yeah.
This is the construct that allows us to describe the relatedness of every living organism in an evolutionary context.
Oh, this is good stuff.
But we didn't go into much detail about its precise structure.
And again, this is like biology 101. And I recognize that this will be new for a lot of people watching this right now. But this is fundamental to an understanding of biology. If you don't understand this, you fundamentally don't understand biology, which is why it's such a shame that it's not really taught in schools.
What is implied by a branch? Yeah. What is the relationship between organisms on the same branch or adjacent branches? Before we revisit phylogeny in a much grander way, we will want to dig into cladistics so that we are equipped with some important terminology. Cladistics is a method of classifying organisms according to their common characteristics. Cladograms are branching diagrams that show the relationships between clades.
Yep.
Clades are the fundamental unit of phylogeny.
So that's, well, he's going to explain it, but a clade, each one of these is a clade. So that's the common ancestor and all of its descendants. So this is a clade right here. Let's annotate that. This is a clade right here, right there. That's a clade. Or, if you start right here, that's the ancestor and all three of the descendants, that's a clade. Or if you start right here, this is a clade. But, if you want to say, let's see, we're going to say the bird and the lizard and the frog, but not the mouse. This would not be a clade because you're excluding one of the descendants. So a clade is the ancestor and everything that evolved from that ancestor. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
These are groups of organisms believed to have evolved from a common ancestor.
Yep.
Let's start by looking at a simple cladogram. You can probably already draw some conclusions simply by looking at it. For example, you could probably realize that leopards and domestic cats are the only animals on the cladogram with retractable claws.
Sure.
However,
yeah.
there's a lot more to this, so let's take a closer look. At the very bottom of the cladogram, you'll see the word hair. Given its position below this second branch, we can conclude that all the organisms on the cladogram, except for tortoises, have hair.
Yep.
This means that the tortoises are an outgroup. They serve as a useful comparison for the animals in our study.
Yeah, they can kind of
Like
root
all
the
animals,
cladogram in
tortoises do
a
share
helpful way.
common ancestry with the other animals in the cladogram, the most recent of which
drink
is
some water.
represented by this fork here, after which there is divergence. In fact, tortoises share many characteristics with mammals. They have an internal skeleton.
Yep.
They are amniotes that give birth to offspring on dry land. They are four-limbed tetrapods, and the list continues. However, we are not concerned with those shared characteristics in this particular cladogram. We are only interested in animals with hair, which are referred to as mammals.
Sure.
Again, since the word hair shows up right between the branches leading to tortoises and
right there.
horses, it means that this characteristic arose after the most recent common ancestry of these groups.
Yep.
There are no tortoises in existence, either extant or in the fossil record, with hair.
None
Since
that I know
the
of, yeah.
hair characteristic is shared by all the animals in the study group, we call it an ancestral characteristic. All animals in the in-group share this characteristic. It is in
So anyway, it kind of goes on and on like this, but here is a link to that video if you'd like to watch it on your own time. We're not going to go through the whole thing right now. But yeah. Kenna DNA would want to know, where do platypus show up on this tree? Platypus would show up, they would be a branch that would come off right here. Platypus. There you go. Sorry that's so messy. For whatever reason, this, there you go. They'd be up here. Platypus would be up there. That's the cool thing about a cladogram like this, is you can basically, put it, classify any living things like this. And, yeah. Say we wanted to do, a dog, for instance. So a dog would be, they actually descended from wolves. So, yeah, in some cladograms you would draw like that. Dog. Or you could just draw it going to there instead, like coming off of here. But anyway, yeah. Same with a bear. A bear is probably about equidistant between, bears and wolves are probably equally closely related to cats. So, yeah, that might be like a polytomy right there. Or not a polytomy, anyway. Yeah, a bear would also be right there. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Is that making sense? I hope it is. Yeah. And platypus are really weird animals, and you don't know how they happened. I mean, that's the thing, is they didn't used to be that weird. So platypus are monotremes. They are... And, hang on. We are going to change our streaming category here to science and technology, or maybe it's just chatting. Let's do some just chatting. Yeah. Or, I don't know, in the interest of, like, bringing new people in. Yeah, see, if we go to science and technology, we would be the #1 channel right there. I don't necessarily want that. Let's do some just chatting instead. So let's change our category to just chatting. There we go. Yeah. So yeah. And Gojira, are you sure that black bears have retractable claws? Not the same way that cats do, where they've got like kinesis in their claws. Yeah, I've seen black bear tracks before, and they usually have, the claws show up in the tracks. Yeah, where were we? Yeah, let's go to our tree of life right there, and let's look up monotremes. Because we were talking about platypus. Let's look up platypus on our tree of life. Ornithorhynchus anatinus, the duck-billed platypus. There we go. Yeah. So platypus are from a group called monotremes. Today, there's only 5 species of these critters left. It's the platypus, and then, I guess, 4 species of echidna. Monotremes are egg-laying mammals. The thing is, egg-laying is actually the default state for mammals. Like, the first mammals laid eggs. So these guys are considered very primitive in that regard, to use kind of an old weasel word. But see, they're like, here on this tree, they are the earliest branch that comes off from mammals right there. They're very early diverging. All the rest of these mammals give birth to live young, except monotremes like the echidna. But yeah, during the age of dinosaurs, most mammals laid eggs. Placental mammals, mammals that give birth to live young without a pouch or anything, they were like new on the scene. They were the hot new thing, you know? And they didn't really take off until, I think, the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. Like, that asteroid hitting the Earth and just changing the world forever after that, that is what allowed placental mammals to really take off. There were a bunch of monotremes before then that, you know, I don't know if monotremes were necessarily dominant, but egg-laying mammals like monotremes and kind of marsupial-type mammals, stem marsupials, mammals that carry their young around in a pouch, they were really common during the age of dinosaurs, both of those groups. Placental mammals, you know, mammals that don't have a pouch and don't lay eggs, they were more rare back then, which is pretty cool. So yeah. Oh, and that's really neat, Ali J. I've never seen a platypus in the wild. I would love to. That would be amazing. Yeah, yeah. They were new and tiny. Exactly, Freya's Fury, yeah. In fact, I wonder if we can find a video on Mesozoic mammals, maybe. Mesozoic mammals. I know we watched this before, but I feel like people are interested in this, and we should watch it again.
Sometime in the Mesozoic era, maybe as far back as 218 million years ago, the first true mammal appeared. It was probably small, weighing less than a half a kilogram. It would have had fur and nursed its babies, like all living mammals do today. And it would have lived alongside a bunch of its mammal-like relatives, things that if you saw them today, you'd have a hard time telling them apart from true mammals. Because the dividing line between true mammals and the not-quite mammals is actually kind of blurry.
This is just like we were talking about with the true dinosaurs versus not-quite dinosaurs, you know? Like Herrerasaurus, there's a lot of debate where that critter belongs. Is it a true dinosaur? Or is it just a very dinosaur-like non-dinosaur? Like, how close to the ancestry of dinosaurs is it really? Did it evolve from the common ancestor of all dinosaurs? Or did it evolve before that common ancestor of all dinosaurs? It's equally blurry for mammals like this, you know? We need better fossils for both of these groups to really understand what's going on with them phylogenetically. So yeah. And yeah, an interesting Ali J. They also have electroreception. That's really cool. Yeah. Somebody was asking about platypus and why they have venom. B-Tracker says, why are they poisonous? Is that unique to them, or other animals in their tree also have poison? So, yeah, I think strictly speaking, if we were to talk to like a toxicologist or somebody who studies venom, they'd go, well, actually, it's not poison, it's venom. Poison is like something that you produce in your body, and if somebody eats you, then they get sick. Venom is like, it's like a weapon. It's like, you know, Like the male platypus have those spurs on their hind limbs, and they can inject each other with venom or inject predators with venom as a defensive mechanism. It's different from like a poison dart frog, where it's like, oh, I ate this frog and now I'm gonna die. Like, shoot, that frog's dead, so it's the end of his story. And then it's the end of my story too, you know? Whereas venom is like, it's got like a syringe mechanism, or there's a venom gland in your mouth where you can bite somebody and inject venom, or something like that. You've got venomous fangs. Venom is like injected, whereas poison is like secreted, or it's just like in your body. So like, does that make sense? I think that's the basic distinction. Yeah. But yeah. And if you bite it and you die, it's poison, yeah. If it bites you and you die, then it's venom. There you go. I like that. In fact, I wonder if we can find a video explaining this concept. Poison versus venom. Let's see if I can find a quick video about that. This might work. Ted Ed. Okay. Let's see if this is any good.
Would you rather be bitten by a venomous snake or touch a poisonous frog? What's the difference between poison and venom anyway? Let's say you have the misfortune to be bitten by a venomous rattlesnake. When it bites you, the snake will eject venom from little sacs behind its eyes, through its hollow fangs, and into your flesh.
Injected.
That venom will then travel through your bloodstream all over your body. In most cases, snake venom contains neurotoxins, proteins that can do all sorts of nasty stuff like make your muscles fire uncontrollably, burst your blood cells, and make you go completely numb. But you might get lucky. Snakes don't always decide you're worth wasting venom on. In fact,
yeah, so sometimes they might bite you, and they're like, I'm gonna keep my venom. This stuff's expensive to make, you know? It's metabolically expensive. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of calories to produce that. They're like, I'm not gonna waste it on this knucklehead. I'm gonna bite him as a warning, but he's not getting any of my precious venom, you know? So yeah, sometimes you get lucky like that. Or sometimes if it's a young snake, and it doesn't quite know how to conserve venom yet, it might, like, give you way too much venom, and then you're dead, you know? So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And there you go. Freya's Fury makes a really good point. Yeah, Garnastuda says human bites can be really dangerous. Are we poisonous? No, we just have gross, dirty mouths, Garnastuda. Some of us more than others. Yeah. So there's a difference between a bite getting infected and, like, actually having a compound that evolved as venom or poison, you know?
In fact, between 20 and 80% of snake bites are so-called dry bites.
Yeah.
Where the snake is just trying to send a message without actually killing you.
Sure.
See, venom takes energy and resources for the snake to make.
Just like we were talking about.
They don't want to waste it on a warning shot.
Yeah.
When it comes to poison, on the other hand, there's no warning shot.
Is that the logo for the band Poison?
If you pick up a poisonous dart frog to admire its beautiful colors, you've already gotten deadly poison all over your hands. As it seeps into your skin and travels through your blood, the poison starts to interfere with your nerves, preventing your muscles from contracting.
Yeah.
If the frog's poison reaches your heart, it can cause it to stop.
Oof.
The distinction between venom and poison is purely in the method of delivery. Poison has to be inhaled, ingested, or absorbed. Venom has to be injected into a wound.
There you go. Okay, I was right.
Venoms and poisons are both considered toxins. So a snake bite is venomous. A poison dart frog is poisonous. Brown recluse spiders are venomous. Pufferfish are poisonous.
Yep.
And some compounds can be poisons in one animal and venoms in another. Tetrodotoxin, a chemical 10,000 times more toxic than cyanide, is found in pufferfish, where it makes them poisonous.
Tetrodontids, that's the name of that whole group. Pufferfish and boxfish, I think, are called tetrodontid fishes. So I thought she was going to say pufferfish. Yeah.
It's also found in the deadly blue-ringed octopus, where it's venom delivered by bite.
Interesting.
Some animals can even be both poisonous and venomous. Take the Asian tiger snake, for example. Not only does it have venom in its fangs, but it also absorbs the toxins from the poisonous toads it eats, and then secretes those toxins from special glands on its neck.
Oh, that's cool.
Poisonous, too. Scientists are constantly finding new animals that employ toxins in weird, interesting ways. Recently, researchers discovered the very first venomous crustacean. Out of
Oh.
70,000 species of crustaceans, only this one little remipede is venomous. Speleonectes tulumensis has figured out how to create a cocktail of toxins that it delivers through its tiny fangs.
Interesting.
Scientists aren't totally sure how this venom works yet, but they think that it causes the unwitting victim's neurons to fire over and over and over again until it becomes paralyzed. Then the little remipede closes in, dissolving away the exoskeleton of its prey and sucking out the juices. But
Yowza.
poisons and venoms aren't
Something
always
out of a horror movie.
For thousands of years, humans have looked for ways to harness the power of these toxic compounds for good. Today, we have all sorts of medicines that come from toxins. The poison from cone snails is used as a painkiller. Many poisonous plants have been used to treat everything from malaria to irregular heartbeats. And scorpion venom might one day be used to treat heart disease. So what should you do if something bites or poisons you? Don't try any of the things you've seen on the internet or
don't try to suck out the
Don't
poison.
try to capture and kill the animal that bit you, and don't
Nope.
use a tourniquet or knife on your wound.
Uh-uh.
Most importantly, don't panic.
Yep.
Stay calm and seek medical attention. Treatment will mostly depend on what species you encountered. But if you forget the distinction between poison and venom and tell the paramedics that you were poisoned by a viper, they'll probably forgive you and treat you anyway.
Hopefully. Good thing I'm not a paramedic. When they go, I got bit by that snake, that rattlesnake. Are they poisonous? And I go, no, they're not poisonous. Have a nice day. Yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense now. Yeah. Hey, Delta Rain, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Yeah. How you doing, Delta? Great to see you. We were talking about mammals and stuff. Do we want to talk? I don't know. Mammals get so much attention. Anyway, mammals. Monotreme mammals are, they used to be everywhere, and now this group isn't doing so hot, unfortunately. The monotremes that are still around are really, really cool. And I would be heartbroken if any of them went extinct. And they would be worse than heartbroken. You know, they'd be extinct. But this is a venerable old group that goes back to the Mesozoic. Monotremes. Let's see. General characteristics. Fossil monotremes. Yeah. I guess monotremes are the, like, living egg-laying mammals, but egg-laying in mammals is like the ancestral state for these critters. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah. This one. Is this what I'm looking for? Trying to find the part with the eggs. Give me a second here. It's gotta be part 2, right? Let's try part 1. And that'll be right about... Oh, it's not in there either. Shoot.
This is our life. We're together and forever. Is it love?
Yeah, part 4 or part 5. Let's take a look at both of those here.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No. What is love?
Let's Let's try part 6. It's got to be in here. Let's see. Or possibly part 7. Gosh darn it. Give me a second here, because I want to show you some really cool mammal ancestors. Yeah. There we go.
Inside her burrow, the female cynodont has laid a fresh clutch of eggs. One
Very
day
clutch.
in the distant future, this strategy of investing in their young will pay off for their mammalian descendants. But as mammals evolve over the next 160 million years, they will only survive as a few small species, clinging on at the edge of a world dominated by dinosaurs.
Yeah. Yeah, so these critters are cynodonts, and cynodonts like these they are close to the ancestors of modern mammals, so you can think of these guys as being like your great, 100 million times great aunts and uncles, I guess.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
And Lexter the sad lad. I almost said Lexter the salad. Lexter the sad lad, thank you. I'm happy that you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you. So these critters, cynodonts, are really neat animals. So this is what they looked like during the Triassic period. This is basically what the ancestors of mammals looked like in the middle Triassic. And then they actually have a big extinction event at the end of the Triassic. And only the smallest little critters like that end up surviving throughout the Mesozoic. Tiny little mammal-y guys. Like this. Yeah, like little Megastrodon or Morganucodon or whoever that is. They all look the same. They're all little mousy, shrewy guys. But yeah. But yeah. And you have snake tongues. Very nice, Psychoanalysis. I've got a snake hook that I always keep in my car because I've encountered snakes, venomous snakes, many times in the field, and non-venomous snakes too. So I've got a snake hook that I can use for if, say, I'm driving along the highway and there's a rattlesnake or a king snake or a bull snake out in the middle of the road, I can stop the car and I can safely move that snake so it doesn't get run over by a car. Hopefully while avoiding being run over by a car myself at the same time. So yeah. And Runelore, I guess I am kicking off Thursday Birds Day next week. I was gonna do it today, but I have a conference abstract that's due tomorrow at midnight, and I had to spend all morning revising that and working on it, formatting the references and that sort of thing. So didn't have enough time to get Thursday Birds Day ready. But we'll be doing that next Thursday. Mark your calendar. Thursday Birds Day starts next Thursday. So yeah. Anyway. Your snake handling course? Snake handling means something a little bit different here in the States, Allie J. It's like a religious cult kind of a thing. In Australia, it's probably a safety course that you take. Here in the US, snake handling is like being part of a weird like religious cult type of deal. Yeah. Double or triple intense Bird Day Thursday? We will, Birds with Dead on. We will. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Moose, I agree. I love snakes myself, you know? But, yeah. Here in the States, they get a really bad rap. I think all over the world. Yeah. And looks like I've watched this before. This is interesting. Yeah. Let's see. What is this? That's not what I'm looking for. take a look at this.
A Pentecostal serpent handler died after suffering a bite from one of the snakes that he used to show his devotion to God. Wolford's death sent shockwaves through the Appalachian congregations committed to carrying on this practice. The faithful continue to handle venomous snakes on a regular basis. Gary Tuckman reports.
This church in the
interesting
heart of Appalachia is completely quiet just before the service begins, except for the creature inside this locked box. It's a rattlesnake, and it's rattling.
That's not a good sign.
It's one
Man,
of
that's too
7
loud.
deadly snakes, about to be used in a wild ceremony in God's name. This is Pastor Andrew Hamblin. He's a 21-year-old serpent-handling pastor at the Tabernacle Church of God in La Follette, Tennessee. He, his wife, and the rest of this congregation practice Christianity much differently than almost all other Christians, using venomous snakes as part of their service. Why? They point to the New Testament, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 16, verse 18. It's stated in part, they shall take up serpents.
Not they must.
Believers like Pastor Hamblin
But-
say when God anoints them, they have an obligation to do this, and that God will protect them.
Well, I guess maybe they must. Okay.
And even if they are bitten, their belief is God will heal them. No doctors necessary. If it looks
Yeah.
dangerous, that's because it is. It's also illegal in the state of Tennessee. But that only strengthens the pastor's conviction. Snake handle.
Anyway, so, yeah. You can look up all kinds of stories about snake handlers going like, oh yeah, you know, this is my faith, and I have a right to practice it and everything else, and it's like, okay. Knock yourself out, I guess, but these people do end up dying on the regular, you know? So yeah. It also does seem cruel, Freya. I mean, why bother the snakes? I don't know. Being used as props like that. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Anyway. And thank you, Dick Insider, for the hydrate. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. How did we even get into talking about this? We were talking about venom versus poison. We were talking about monotremes and stuff like that. Let's see if we can find a video on the venom in platypus to kind of round things out, bring it full circle. Platypus venom. Let's see here. Here's an Animalogic video. Let's take a look at that. Usually these are pretty good.
Deep in Victoria's Otway Ranges swims a cute little riddle, wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. It's
very
venomous. It has the sixth sense, and it looks like it's borrowed all of its body parts from different animals. I think I see one.
Oh, she's there? That's so cool.
Straight ahead of me.
Good for her. That's awesome.
This is the freshwater chimera, the species that confused a generation, the result of Dr. Frankenstein's cute streak, the platypus.
And you're right, Freya Spirit. There's many more than 5 senses. You've got a sense of balance. There's like a sense of equilibrium, temperature sense. Like, I don't know. Whoever started the whole like, oh yeah, the 5 senses thing, did not understand, you know, sensory experiences. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animalogic. We covered the platypus in the first season of Animalogic.
Consider the platypus.
But when we got the opportunity to film them firsthand in the wild, we
Very
thought that
cool.
it was the perfect way to end our 4th season.
Tradoon.
Neat. Very neat.
Wake up around 5:30 to get out of here for 6:30 and make it down to a boat. The whole point here is to try and find some platypuses. And for me, that's like the animal that I want to see more than anything out here. So 5:30 or not, like I'm super excited.
Cool, let's skip forward a little bit. There we go.
Found in wetlands across the east and southeast coast of Australia and throughout Tasmania, the platypus is one of 2 members of the monotreme order.
Yeah.
And they're smaller than you might think, only measuring about 50 centimeters long. Unlike
They were
placental
smaller than that,
mammals
actually.
and marsupials, which both give birth to live young, monotremes are mammals that lay eggs. But laying eggs is by far one of the least interesting things about the platypus.
I don't know. I can think of far less interesting things about the platypus. You know? Shoot. Their color, just kind of brown like most mammals. Their size is not very interesting. Their flying abilities or resistance to magma, also very subpar. Not very interesting. I don't know. It's easy to think about uninteresting things if you're very creative.
These cuties...
I'm not that creative. Anyway. I don't know. Platypus are really, really interesting critters. They really are in so many different ways. It was a weird way to word that.
Bring it in every category of being really weird. To the point where, frankly, it's just hard to keep track of.
I think I see one straight ahead of me. It's maybe 40 meters off, so I can't see much, but there's something swimming out there. Oh, is that a platypus? We're gonna get closer, see what we can see.
The platypus is a perfect example of convergent evolution, when similar traits evolve separately in different species based on similar problems the species had to solve.
Sure, they've got those webbed feet,
For example,
duck-like bill.
flying squirrels in North America are not at all related to Australia's sugar gliders,
Who are
but they both have
marsupials.
evolved the same means of transport.
Very cool.
But instead of evolving one or two traits similar to other species, the platypus is seemingly made up entirely of parts from other animals. The platypus has a bill like...
The thing is, platypus evolved before almost all of those other animals, I think. Like, they probably evolved... I bet you platypus in the fossil record probably predate ducks. Like, Anatidae. Probably. I don't know. I could definitely be wrong about that. Duck-like bills actually first evolved in lots of other kinds of critters first. Dinosaurs, for instance. And there's probably some sort of weirdo Triassic reptile that I'm not thinking of right now that also
And it's
developed
therefore
duck-like bills.
likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
11 million years kapa.
DNH, thank you so much for the 11 months of support. Really appreciate that, DNH. Thank you. How are you doing, by the way? It's good to see you.
like a duck, a tail like a beaver, webbed feet like an otter, electroreceptors like a shark. They lay eggs like a turtle. They have their limbs on their sides like reptiles.
Oh, I guess they do, don't they? They've got like a weirdo sprawling gait. Bizarre. I suppose a lot of mammals have that. A lot of aquatic mammals. But yeah. And Delta Rain says their MF, magma factor, is 1, which means dies in magma. Yeah, I think that's probably true of most creatures. Although I have no interest in studying that, running those experiments. Yeah. Yeah. And, let's see. Yeah.
Don't have stomachs and lack teeth like echidnas. And they have venom like a viper.
Yeah, the males do anyway.
The platypus looks like what happens when evolution hits the shuffle button. But this couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, there we go.
While their variety of parts makes them look like a freshwater chimera, all of their disparate features come together perfectly to create the ultimate mashup, resulting in one highly effective weirdo.
Yeah, they're really good at what they do.
Explorers first brought a specimen of a platypus back from Australia to England. It was deemed too ridiculous to be real. No one could believe that this creature wasn't just a Frankenstein of a bunch of different animals stitched together. So it took several more expeditions and more specimens to prove that this thing was indeed a mammal that laid eggs with a duck-like bill.
Each one of their strange features serves a valuable purpose. First up, their bill. The reason platypuses have evolved to have a duck-like bill is because of the environment that they were able to conquer: rivers, lakes, and wetlands.
Yep.
Freshwater is murky by nature, and if you're going to hunt in it, you need to rely on something other than your eyes.
Several mammals have developed echolocation for this, namely, well, bats have in the air, but in very murky water, you've got river dolphins, which have evolved multiple times. Something that I think a lot of people don't realize is that, like, Amazon river dolphins, Ganges river dolphins, and I think the now extinct Chinese river dolphin, the Yangtze river dolphin, they're not related to each other. Like, they each evolved separately, independently, which makes sense because, they're not going to travel across an entire ocean. So every place you've got river dolphins, they evolved independently there, which is really cool. So anyway, toothed whales, odontocetes, of which different river dolphins are members, they also evolved a method of hunting in really murky river waters like that, but they do it through echolocation rather than through like an electrical sense, which is really cool. Yeah.
And so, the platypus has evolved a superpower, electroreception.
Yeah, really neat.
Commonly found in sharks, chimeras, and a few other cartilaginous fish species, platypus have bills lined with tiny dots called electroreceptors.
Platypuses don't have very good eyesight, but the way that they see the world is through electric pulses.
Whenever you move a muscle, the contraction generates an electric field. The platypus uses the electroreceptors in the skin of their bills to calculate the voltage difference around them, allowing them to target the electric fields of moving prey with pinpoint accuracy. The platypus dives, heading for the bottom, shaking its head from side to side, seeking out...
So the fact that the bill is dorsoventrally compressed like that, it's like, kind of squashed from top to bottom, that also helps with them being more hydrodynamic. They can kind of swish their head from side to side like that, and they're not creating a lot of drag in the water.
Any moving prey. If he detects anything, he can use his sixth sense to zoom in and focus on the prey. In this case, it's a crayfish.
Uh-oh.
It holds still, and he misses it on his first pass.
It's okay, he's in captivity.
But
He'll get it eventually.
Before the platypus picks up its presents and heads straight for it.
Uh-oh, watch out, Sebastian.
But their sixth sense isn't the only trick up their sleeves. Their bills are also very sensitive. They can detect even the slightest of touches. The platypus's bill is the perfect sensory organ for hunting prey in the dark and murky freshwater depths. They're so effective that they hunt with their eyes and nose closed. Spending about 40% of the night actively looking for food, they need to be well equipped.
Very cool. I thought they were mostly nocturnal.
For housing large numbers of electroreceptors, they are also perfect for their feeding strategy. Their bills allow them to bite into the muck and push out any excess mud and water before swallowing.
Like a dabbling duck. Very cool. I didn't even think about that.
The movement of electroreceptors is that adult platypuses have no teeth whatsoever.
Wait. Adult platypus have no teeth whatsoever. That implies that they lose their teeth through... What's the word, everybody? What's our magic word here?
Ontogeny.
There you go. Yes. They lose their teeth through ontogeny. Exactly. Really, really cool. So throughout their life history, they actually lose their teeth. That's really, really neat.
To crunch up their meals, they have to scoop up small rocks and press them against the tops of their bills. Platypuses also lack stomachs. Similar to echidnas, their food is digested by going
straight to the intestines?
Esophagus to the intestine.
Okay.
Their lack of stomach is so ancient that the part of the mammalian DNA in charge of making a stomach and the digestive compounds in it are entirely gone.
Interesting.
Borrowing yet another strategy, but this time from crocodiles, on top of the platypus's bill are two nostrils. This positioning allows them to stick a little bit of their snout and just the tops of their torsos out of the water to breathe without giving away their position to predators.
Pretty cool.
When they dive, they close their nostrils.
Platypuses only dive for about 30 seconds at a time, so it's not very long to wait before they have to resurface again. Generally, their recovery time is between 10 and 20 seconds before they can dive back down again.
I didn't realize only 30 seconds.
The most iconic thing about the platypus is their wide tail, an adaptation that they share with a species on the other side of the world.
Neon Copycat says, I am related by marriage to someone who was envenomated by a platypus. Really? Interesting. Wow. And lived to tell the tale? I don't think it's super dangerous venom, at least not to humans. But yeah. Although I have been told... I read somewhere that platypus venom, it's painful, but it's, like, non-fatal. But I have been told... Somebody can look this up. That if you're envenomated by a platypus, like, you'll recover, obviously. You're not going to die. But that part of your body might hurt for the whole rest of your life. Like, that pain will come back. It'll just turn into, like, a chronic thing. Basically for the rest of your life. Is that true? Can anybody confirm or deny this? Yeah. So yeah, Beat Tracker. Isn't that... It's a scary thought. So don't get envenomated by a platypus. Yeah.
The beaver. These tails are perfectly evolved for a life in the water, offering the platypus both excellent propulsion and steering. But they also have a surprising use, carrying things.
I did not know this.
They look like they have on the cutest little backpack.
Wouldn't that be a fanny
Tails
pack?
are quite dexterous, and they use them to carry reeds and sticks to construct their burrows.
Well, I guess that's kind of a bad word in
Prefers not to be disturbed.
the English Commonwealth.
These reeds and sticks to barricade the entrance, allowing them to snooze in peace.
The entrance to their den is usually just underwater. They can extend upwards up the bank, up to 5 meters.
Wow.
Apparently they can spend about 20 hours a day in there, just coming out to take a swim to go hunt for food.
Cool.
Next up,
Bum bags. There you go, Scout. Okay.
rather unusual
Thanks.
feet. They resemble otter feet in that they are heavily webbed, but the closer you look, the weirder they get.
And Real Men Grubbers, I'm aware,
On
yes.
the tips of their fingers,
Yeah.
leading to their claws being in a very strange place, halfway up their feet. This offers a good compromise for both digging and swimming.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
They're similar to scuba fins, as the webbing extends beyond where the actual bone is. This allows them to be much larger than they would be if the webbing stopped at the fingertips, as it does in most web-footed species.
Right. I did not know that. That's really cool.
Spending much of their time floating around...
Love these animal logic videos. They're always
I've
great.
noticed something strange about their legs. They're located on the sides of their body, rather than
Like a
underneath
sprawling
them.
gait?
This is strange in the mammalian world, and is usually only seen in reptiles. This adaptation makes them more...
Although I do wonder about, like, pinnipeds, seals and sea lions, and walruses. Do they have a sprawling gait as well? Especially seals? Out front, they probably do, but... Yeah, I don't know. Huh.
more hydrodynamic, a must for an aquatic mammal.
Yeah. Oh, an interesting LH. Oh, that's
on land
interesting.
too often, but when they do, it's absolutely adorable.
Look at that. Oh.
These small, stumpy limbs offer them little support on land, though they get the job done when need be. But beyond strange webbing, male platypuses have an extra weird adaptation on their hind limbs.
Which is really interesting. So this is what we call sexual dimorphism, where the males and the females actually have different morphology. They've got, differences in their bodies like that. The males actually have the venom spurs and venom glands, and the females don't, which I would say, gonna make a hypothesis right here. The males probably use that for fighting each other, I'm guessing. I kind of vaguely recall that that's the case. But if this were something that only evolved for defense against predators, for instance, then you would expect both sexes to have that. So I don't think that's the case. I think it's probably something that males used to fight with each other, maybe fighting over females. Usually when you've got, like, sexual selection right there that leads to, like, sexual dimorphism, it's because you're, like, competing for mates against members of your own species. Like, members of the same sex. Yeah. Anyway, let's see about that.
They have sharp spurs. Sharp, venomous spurs.
Look at that.
Male platypuses use their venom primarily during the mating season in combat with other male platypuses.
There you go. Shoot. Yes, indeed. Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. See, if you start to learn, a thing or two about evolution, about, evolutionary biology, especially in animals, these concepts start to jump out to you and stuff just starts to make sense like that. And you can start to make predictions. And you can test those predictions through further study of these animals. But if you know what you're doing, a lot of those predictions are going to be true. So yeah. Yeah, very cool.
Interestingly, the venom, while it does share chemical properties and effects with reptile venom, is not meant to kill or even permanently damage tissue.
Huh.
Platypus venom is meant to subdue competing males while they mate with prospective females.
Really? That's like a tranquilizer, kind of?
While it may seem strange for a mammal to have venom, they're not the only ones that do.
No, Selenodon shrews also have venom. I don't know if Selenodon are actually true shrews.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
19 years.
Punch's pirate. Holy moly, thank you so much for the 19 months of support. Appreciate you, Pontius Pirate. Thank you. Yeah, holy cow. Yeah, these guys, Selenodon, are they true shrews? Say that 10 times fast. Let's look them up on the old Tree of Life. Oh shoot, let's look them up here. Okay, Selenodon. Is that what we're looking for? No, that's not what we're looking for. What? Selenodon. No. Selenodon? No. This is gonna take us down to some sort of plant. That's weird. Selenodon. Selenodont? Shrews? What the heck? Selenodont shrew. Solenodon. Oh, darn it. Alright. Solenodon. There you go. I'm spelling it wrong. It's not cell, it's Solenodon. It's an O. Yeah. And Filmzy. So somehow you became my favorite streamer? You're such a nerd. No, you're not. Filmzy. No. You're not a nerd, Filmzy. You're a science jock. Think of yourself that way, you know? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm flattered that you'd say I'm your favorite streamer. Holy cow. Yeah. A little taken aback. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah. Anyway, there's the Haitian Solenodon. So these are little shrew guys that... Are they true shrews? They are insectivores. But I don't think they are true shrews. I think true shrews are going to be somewhere down here. They're probably just outside of the true shrews. Yeah, Solenodons are, these are little shrew-like mammals, and they actually have venom that they use to subdue their invertebrate prey. They will actually eat... I think they mostly eat earthworms. And the venom... I guess helps them catch the earth. I'm a little unclear on why they evolved venom. You know, if you're going to eat an earthworm, that's not... You know, earthworms don't tend to run very fast. By virtue of not having legs, you know? They're not even very fast at squirming, honestly. So why would you need... Usually animals that have really potent venom, like, I don't know, sea snakes, for instance. Let's see. Sea snake catches fish? I don't actually know if we have any video of, Oh, sea snake feeding frenzy. What's this? Sea snakes are the most venomous of all snakes. They've got the deadliest venom.
And I'm heading out to a deep seamount where I saw a lot of sea snakes yesterday.
They're generally not harmful to people.
To find some sea snakes hunting.
They're reluctant to bite a person, but it's like one... I think it's the beaked sea snake. One single solitary drop of its venom contains enough toxin to kill like 50 grown men. They have remarkably potent venom, and it's because they hunt very fast-moving fish. So in order to be able to actually catch a fish and eat it, they've got to knock that fish out. They just have to, you know, it's got to be an immediate KO, like right there, instantaneous. Because if they bit a fish and then the fish swims off and then dies somewhere else, then, you know, they've lost a meal. They need to be able to, like, bam, KO, killed opponent right there. Yeah.
When a sea snake hunts, it takes advantage of having a small head and a thin body to go from hole to hole in the reef, poking its head inside. It hopes to corner a fish or an invertebrate that's hiding in the hole.
Huh. So I guess they just kind of poke around until they find somebody. Oh, sounds like he found somebody. Sea snakes are so cool. You love your earthworms, Filmsy? Wait, hang on.
Starts, more sea snakes start coming into the reef to join the hunt.
Filmsy, do earthworms actually, can they move quickly through a soil substrate? What would you suspect would be their top speed, I wonder? Because I'm wondering why Selenodon, those little shrew-like guys, would need venom for subduing their prey. Yeah. Oh, they're so cool watching them swim like that. So these are snakes, and yes, they are air breathers. You're right, Kennedy, yeah.
Snakes are gathering to prowl the reef for food.
Filmsy says slow. Yeah, okay. Right. I don't know why Selenodon would need venom then. Yeah, very cool.
Sometimes they appear to work together to make sure...
Sea snake venom. Let's see here. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a good video on sea snake venom. Let's see. The beaked sea snake, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Anhydrina schistosa is the beaked sea snake. Here. The species is implicated in more than 50% of all bites caused by sea snakes, as well as the majority of envenomings and fatalities. Wow, I didn't realize. Shoot. It is made up of highly potent neurotoxins and myotoxins. The widespread species is responsible for the vast majority of deaths from sea snake bites, up to 90% of all sea snake bites. The LD50 value is 0.1125 milligrams per kilogram, based on toxicology studies. I don't know what that means. The average venom yield per bite is approximately 7.9 to 9 milligrams. Holy cow. While the lethal human dose is estimated to be 1.5 milligrams. Shoot, I guess that stat I gave you earlier was wrong. Shoot.
They were wrong.
I was wrong.
They were wrong.
No, I was wrong. Yeah. Or I guess my source was wrong, and I just parroted that, reading that from when I was a kid. So I guess they don't have enough venom per drop to kill 50 people. Unless it's a very big drop. I guess how big is a drop? Probably less than a milligram, I'd imagine. But I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. Wait, but the northern short-tailed shrew is also venomous, Gojira? I didn't know that. Northern short. Oh, shoot, I had it. Nope, that's a northern short-headed snake. Let's look up the genus and species name. Northern short-tailed shrew. Blarina brevicata. I can remember that. Blarina brevicata. Okay, it's not showing up on our Tree of Life. Let's just search genus Blarina. Short-tailed shrews. There we go. Yeah. So the northern short-tailed shrew. Yeah, there we go. Apparently is also venomous. Interesting. What do they eat? Yeah. But yeah. And Delta Rain, you're probably correct about that. It'd be really hard to get that drop into all 50 men anyway. Delta Rain says, well, it depends. I don't know. Maybe they're very obliging. One drop is often considered to be 20 microliters. Oh, interesting phrase here. How does that translate into milligrams, though, I wonder? We're dealing with mass versus volume. Yeah. And the slow loris is the only venomous primate. The slow loris has venom, LEJ? Hang on, what? Wow. Huh. From the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Let's take a look. That's a beat right there. Yeah, numerous animal species protect themselves or subdue prey with venom, toxins injected through stings or bites. Venom in mammals, however, is extremely rare. I guess if it were a fast loris, it probably wouldn't need venom, huh? Only one group of primates is venomous, slow lorises. Scientists recently conducted the first in-depth analysis of slow loris venom to uncover clues about its use and how it evolved. They're very widespread throughout Southeast Asia. Wow. A gland under the loris's arm produces a chemical that turns deadly when mixed with loris saliva. What? The toxin repels parasites when applied directly to fur and makes loris bites lethal to predators. Whoa. Researchers suspected that the venom served yet another purpose. They found a protein in the venom with genetic similarities to a protein that helps cats recognize their own species. So we've got species recognition and, like, venom. Oh. Lorises often use venomous bites during skirmishes over mates or territory. So they'll actually bite each other, too. And I guess they could potentially bite predators in defense. Saliva chemistry that originated in marked territory may have evolved over time to become a toxic weapon as lorises competed for resources. Oh. Wow. That's nuts. Ongoing study of slow lorises will help scientists to better understand the evolution of venom throughout the animal kingdom. Neat stuff. Wow. Very cool. It is really interesting how the more we learn about different groups of animals, the more widespread venom seems to be. Which is really cool. Yeah. Really interesting. So they actually have to, like, lick another part of their body in order to get that chemical into their mouth, where it mixes with their saliva and becomes venom. That's pretty wild. Wow. And I guess that would still be venom rather than poison, because they're biting. I guess the difference between venom and poison is the method of application, you know? So if they're biting you, if it bites you, it's venom. If you bite it, it's poison. That makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, interesting stuff. So anyway, well, let's finish this video out with our, is this a Selenodon shrew?
Some shrews, while they mate with prospective females. While it may seem strange for a mammal to have venom, they're not the only ones that do.
Nope.
Some shrews have it too.
Platypuses
That's probably a
quite
true shrew.
solitary animals and prefer to stay in their own company. They claim
Oh,
territory.
I thought we were going to have a whole thing about shrews in here, but no, it's just that one shot. Anyway. Interesting stuff.
2
Yeah.
kilometers. I like to keep that to themselves. They only really socialize for the sake of mating and raising their young. Beyond that, they like to be solo.
Once the battle for mating rights is won, females will dig out their burrow in preparation for their young. After 4 weeks of gestation, 2 to 3 eggs are laid and will hatch after about 10 days. Since the mum has no teats, the young, called puckles, will lap up milk from her mammary glands for about 4 months before they're old enough to eat solid meals.
I think she basically, like, sweats the milk out near her armpits or something, I think.
Platypuses are quite hardy animals and can live lives of up to about 11 years in the wild and 17 in captivity. Unfortunately, they're extremely sensitive to the health of their environment.
Yeah.
So if there's a lot of pollution in their lakes and river systems, then they get all of that.
So these are animals, they're feeding on a lot of detritivores. So, like, they're eating worms, they're eating little crustaceans, they're eating lots of other critters that are, like, bioaccumulators of toxic substances. So if there's pollution in that lake, say somebody, changes their oil next to that lake and a bunch of their old oil drips into the lake, that's going to get picked up by the worms, by the little crustaceans, by, like, the, any other critters that the platypus might be eating. So those critters are going to be accumulating that in their bodies, and when the platypus eats those, it's going to get poisoned. Yeah.
So that's been decreasing their survivability for quite some time. At least now there's a lot more conservation efforts to bring them back. It's been something really so special to be out here on Lake Elizabeth, looking for platypus in their territory.
Very cool.
This lake here is kind of the perfect place for them.
The platypus is listed as a near-threatened species, and with their numbers decreasing, it will take a concerted effort from all of us to maintain the wetlands they call home. Because the world needs more weirdos, and weirdos with
Agreed.
painful, venomous spurs aren't the weirdos you want to piss off by destroying their homes.
Oh, you don't want to make them mad by making them extinct. Oh. Anyway, what a cool critter. Really, really amazing stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, weird is good. I agree, Canna DNA. Honestly. I've always held it to be true that being normal is only an excuse for being boring, you know? So yeah, be weird, be different, be unique, be yourself. That's what makes platypus so cool, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. With that being said, I think it's about time to wrap up this broadcast for today. Let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment, and we will start our wrap-up procedure. There's a weirdo critter there, Archaeopteryx. We're going to run our credits over. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up in the credits presently. And who else is live right now? Let's see. Who else have we got? We're going to say hello to Melissa in Denial. I think it's been a while since we've seen her. There we go. Melissa is an Egyptologist. She studies ancient Egypt. She's an archaeologist, not a paleontologist. But she often gets asked if she works on dinosaurs. Oh, you're an archaeologist? So you dig up dinosaurs, right? And people hear that I dig up dinosaurs and they go, oh, you're an archaeologist, right? So anyway, she has to deal with one side of that problem. I deal with the other side of that problem. Anyway, we're going to go say hello to her. Her streams are usually fun and chill. And she's playing a game called Ankh. Interesting. We'll go check in with her. All those old dinosaur bowls and jars and pots. Exactly, sociopathogen. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Haven't seen you here before. I hope you'll join me for tomorrow's stream, maybe. We're going to be doing a fun stream tomorrow. I think we'll probably be doing some, maybe a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire dinosaur quiz game. It should be a lot of fun. But until then, everybody, you have a great rest of your evening. Take care of yourselves and each other. And, thanks for a wonderful stream. I really appreciate all of you. Lurkers and chatters and raiders and moderators, gifters and subscribers, supporters. Appreciate you all. I hope to see you tomorrow, everybody.